All right, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 10. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with team 10493.
They're the Harrison Robo Warriors.
And invading the Red Alliance with them, it's team 461.
We have Westside Boiler Invasion.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, it's team 102-1.
They are the Grand Catholic Golden Gears.
And we're making our way over to the Blue Alliance. We're going to start off with team 3147.
They're Monster Horsepower.
And joining them, it's team 1529.
It's the Cyber Cards.
And finishing off the Blue Alliance, it's team 7617.
Last but not least, we have the Robo Blazers.
All right, let's get qualification match started. Drivers behind the line. 3, All right, now we're going to get started. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, now with a proper start to our match, we have all the robots moving around the field, already scoring some L4 on the red side. During the autonomous period, that is going to get them 7 points, so that's 2 more points per coral. Blue doing the exact same thing. 7617 dropping that coral onto L4 at the beginning of teleoperated period. Also taking some of that algae off the reef so that they can score more later. 1529, the Cyber Cards are lining up to score. They're going steady, and they seem to be trying to score on L3. 7617 with a little wobble, but they make it past it as they get to an L4 score on the coral. Over on the Red Alliance, 461 doing the same thing, scoring on L4 with their team 10021, attempting to do the same. They have a handoff in which they score coral and then take an algae off, which is very efficient. It allows them to score and leave room for more scoring at the same time. 461 stuck on an algae, but their teammate comes over and quickly corrects the issue, allowing them to keep playing. 10493 seems to be having some issues, but 461 going over, and they're both moving out away from the coral station. All 3 red robots now moving around the field once again. 3147 going and seems to be collecting some coral from the coral station using the funnel that leads to their intake. They have a sort of handoff inside their robot like that. 7617 going up and scoring on L4 at 1 minute left in the match. Red at 70 points, blue at 62 points. Each team seems to be trying to fill up L4, and Blue Alliance seems to be trying to fill up L3 now so that they can get that rank point with 5 coral in each level of the reef. 47 seconds left. It still could be anybody's match depending on the climbs and however many more coral get scored in the reef. It seems that these teams' main strategy is to score coral on the reef, which is just mostly a design choice. Some teams will choose to specialize, while other teams choose to be able to do both. A lot of teams like to score coral and then just knock those algae off of the reef, which allows them to score faster. Team 461 seems to be coming over to climb. They have wheels that allow them to channel that mechanism into the cage. They are off the ground. Now we have 1529 slowly going over to their barge zone. Other teammates staying out to score one last coral on the reef before they too go over to their zone at 2 seconds left in the match. That is qualification match 10, folks. All right, let's see our scores for qualification match number 10. After the animation, we see that the Red Alliance is the winner of qualification 10 with a score of 105 to 96, so less than 10 points separating these two alliances. That's going to give them 4 ranking points, 3 of which are from winning. Meanwhile, 96 for blue side. They still put up a fight with the 83 coral points. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, I love the enthusiasm as we're getting started with our match number 11. Let's go ahead and meet the teams that you guys are cheering for. Starting off our Red Alliance, it's Team 1741.
Celebrating their 20th season, it's Red Alert.
And joining them, it's Team 10492.
From Benjamin Boss High School, it's Boss Bite Force.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, it's Team 3936.
From Michigan City, Indiana, Robo Blitz.
And let's go ahead and meet our Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 4982.
Featuring their robot Riptide, Olympus Robotics.
And joining them, it's Team 71.
From Hammond Area Career Center, Team Hammond.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, we have Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
Let's get qualification match number 11 underway. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and our robots are off for their autonomous period, going both for the reef on both alliances. We have Team 71 going for their second coral, hopefully able to score it on that 4th level in our autonomous period. Each of those are worth 2 additional points. Red Alert over on the Red Alliance, ready to score their 3rd going into teleop. Alrighty, and our robots are off. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see Penn Robotics picking up from the coral station, hoping to get that on that level 4. Each of those will be 5 points for their alliance. The reason that is the strategy on so many teams is that is 5 points. Each of the levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, are with 2, 3, 4, and 5 points respectively moving into this match. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 39-36 scoring in their processor area, hopefully trying to get additional barge points for their alliance. All of our robots on the Blue Alliance are taking the coral strategy currently, each of those being 5 points for their alliance. They will need to catch up with the Red Alliance, though. They're currently with a score of 69-31. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we see some conflict over at the coral station. Multiple robots trying to go for that coral. Red Alert's ground pickup is really helping the Red Alliance, being able to cycle those coral quickly on that 4th level. They only have 2 spots left. From here, they will have to move down to level 3 or to change their strategy to focusing on the barge and algae. Penn Robotics scores on level 3, getting an additional 4 points for their alliance. Over on the red side of the field, we see Olympus Robotics playing some defense against them, trying to minimize their cycle time, trying to minimize the amount of coral that the Red Alliance is cycling and be able to close that lead between the Red and the Blue Alliance. Penn Robotics successfully scores another coral on that level 4, again trying to close that gap between the 2 alliances. Over on the Red Alliance, we see that one of our teams has shifted towards focusing on algae and getting those up into the barge. Each of those scored through directly into the barge is worth 4 points, and through the processor to the human player is worth 6. As we move into the endgame, we see our robots trying to climb their cages. Remember, the higher the chain, the more the gain. Alrighty, our score is ready, and it will be the Red Alliance coming out victorious with a score of 105-61. Here, the key here was really the coral. The Red Alliance being able to focus and complete that level 4 really gave the advantage in this match. Congratulations to Team 1741, 10492, and 3936.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for match number 12. We're going to start off with the Red Alliance with team 328. And joining them, it's team 3487.
With their robot Swim Shady, it's Red Pride Robotics.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, it's team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, Tindley Trailblazers.
We're going to head over to that Blue Alliance, and we're going to start off with team 9431.
With their robot Crush, Gold Standard.
And joining them, it's team 4485.
From Danville Community High School, TribeTech Robotics.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance is team 3865.
With the robot Rebel 2 Reef Ranger, Riley Wildbots.
Let's start match number 12. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Already, and our robots are off in their autonomous period. TribeTech Robotics immediately attempting to, and unfortunately missing that level 4. They will still get an additional 3 points for that level 1 piece, though. Over on the Red Alliance, Tindley Trailblazers was able to successfully score a coral for the Red Alliance. That means moving into tally up, we have a score of red 23 to blue 12. Easy lead to minimize for the Blue Alliance here. Riley Wildbots trying to, and unfortunately missing their coral attempt as well, but their alliance partner making up for it by scoring in the barge directly. Some teams have a different strategy of scoring in the barge versus going through the processor. It can be more direct and you don't depend on your human player, but you do lose 2 points net. Successful process score for the Blue Alliance. Both the Red and Blue Alliance are trying to get that cooperation bonus. As you can see, that barge in the middle, they have those light up squares for each score going through the processor. It will light up for that alliance. Over on the red side of the field, we see Red Pride Robotics focusing on that level 4 coral and successfully getting in another 5 points for their alliance. TribeTech focusing on getting the algae off of their coral reef and into the human processor. That will be the first processor scored coral for the Blue Alliance. Now, if they both score 2, they will get that cooperation bonus, and that will reduce the amount needed to get that coral rank point. That can be a key strategy for these teams as we go into rankings. Tindley picking up from their coral station and quickly moving over to their reef. Now that the cooperation bonus has been focused on, we might see some of our robots focusing on trying to get each of those levels filled so that they can get that rank point. Snyder Panthers lining up to shoot on that level 3 for their Blue Alliance. And they're successful, an additional 4 points for their alliance. Moving now into endgame, we will see robots move over to the barge area and climb their cages. Riley Robots is the first we see trying to do this. that low cage is worth 12 points and can and with the match being this close, those endgame points are key for both alliances. Riley Wildboss successfully makes that deep cage climb, potentially securing the lead for blue. Alrighty, and as you can see, this match ended super close. So it will be a tie with the score of 143 to 143. Now, the thing really separating in this match, the penalty on the Red Alliance really really sold that for the Blue Alliance, as well as their algae score. So congratulations to all alliances, with the Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points and the Red Alliance walking away with 2. For everybody curious about the score of the Purdue game, we are up 31 to 14 with 4:56 left in the first half. Let's go Boilermakers!
All right, with that awesome news, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 13. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with Team 1747.
With their robot Maelstrom, Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Joining them on that Red Alliance is Team 7198.
And their robot Squiddly Diddly, Fearsome Gears.
And rounding off that Red Alliance is Team 9119.
Currently ranked 3rd, Iron Legends.
All right, we're going to head over to that Blue Alliance Starting off with team 74-77.
And their goat, Conrad Jr., Giddy Goats.
Joining them are their alliance partners, team 1646.
From Lafayette, Indiana, Precision Guessworks.
And rounding off that alliance, it's team 7457.
With their robot Golden Coral, Super Duper Robotics. Oh yeah,
Let's start match number 13. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, everybody, and our robots are off in their autonomous period. 2 robots on the Blue Alliance, Precision Guessworks, and Super Duper, both scoring on level 4. 7 points each for their alliance. Let's see how long Super Duper's Auton is. Remember, each of these is worth 7 points. That is 21 so far for Super Duper alone. The Red Alliance will have some space to make up going into teleop with a score of 34-9. Iron Legends immediately focusing on defense for their alliance, moving over to the blue side of the field, trying to prevent them from getting to that coral station with Super Duper and 1646, both having those really high cycle times. It will make it a little bit more difficult for them to get to that reef. Iron Legends attempting to pick up a coral for their algae for their alliance, and over on the rest of the field we see Fearsome Gears and 1747 at their coral station, trying to work with their human players. A little bit of misalignment due to the coral right up against the station. That can cause conflict for some teams going into the match, as some of those robots are designed to be directly up against them, and their mechanisms struggle a little bit when the coral gets misaligned. Over on our blue alliance, we see 7457 struggling a little bit with algae in the way to get it into the barge. That algae, well, it is worth a lot of points for each alliance. It is a bulkier field material and can cause some conflict for the robots on the field. Over on the red side of the field, 1747 is lining up to shoot coral on that level 3, getting 4 points for their alliance, hopefully here. Actually, 5 points for their alliance on that level 4. Over on the blue side of the field, we see their coral reef is almost completely filled on that level 4 and partially filled on level 2 and level 3. Trying to get that, maybe hopefully trying to get that rank point. Each of those levels will need at least 5 coral on them in order to get that coral reef rank point. Remember, the strategy in our qualification matches will be to get those rank points, because those will determine the rankings that we will see in alliance selection. 1747 successfully getting a 4th coral on that level 4 for their alliance. With that, we will see robots move to the barge and try to get to their cage and climb. Remember, the higher the chain, the more you gain. 12 points for a low cage and 6 for a high. 1747, Harrison Boiler Robotics successfully climbs. Super Duper trying to complete their climb in 4 seconds and does so as well for the Blue Alliance. Alrighty, scores are posted for this match. And it will be the Blue Alliance. They'll take victory here. The score of 116 to 49. The key to their victory really being that coral. Focusing on that level 5 and getting that completely allowed them to get a score of 96 in the coral level and 4 rank points for their alliance.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 14. We're starting off with the Blue Alliance this time. It's 76-57.
With their robot Superbot, the Thunderbots.
And joining them is Team 69-56.
From Westfield, Indiana, it's Shamrock Botics.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, it's Team 292.
With their robot Sergeant Joe, Panther Tech.
We're going to head over to the Red Alliance, and we're going to start off with Team 1024.
And featuring their robot Sharkbite, it's the Kilobytes.
And joining them, it's Team 4272.
With their robot Swim Shady, Maverick Robotics.
And rounding out that Red Alliance, it's Team 10411.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, the G-Code Generals.
All right, let's start match number 14. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and let's start off our autonomous period. Remember, drivers are not controlling currently. It is just the robots moving themselves. Maverick Robotics focusing on that level 4 coral. Each of those worth 7 points. Shamrock Robotics is lined up at their reef, waiting for that teleop period to begin. 292 Panther Tech doing the same at their station. With that, our robots are off. Panther Tech is immediately fed a coral, and them and their alliance partner 7657 are focusing on that level 4. Over on our Red Alliance, Maverick is focusing on getting in the barge. Each of those scored in the barge without going through the processor is worth 4 points for their alliance. Shamrock Robotics grabs one from their coral reef station, hoping to score in that missing spot on the level 4, get an additional 5 points for their alliance. And they are successful. Maverick does the same for the Red Alliance and immediately scores one in the barge as well. Their quick cycle times could lead to a key victory for the Red Alliance with the current score of 63-44, but the Blue Alliance may be able to close that gap. Over on the blue side of the field, 7657 is now shifted towards level 3, maybe attempting for that rank point. Kilobytes over on the Blue Alliance, on the Red Alliance successfully scores on that level 2. They are definitely going for that rank point. We are seeing coral scored on each of those levels, and Maverick Robotics focusing on getting that algae out of the way to make scoring easier for their partners. The Red Alliance successfully has 4 in the barge currently, each of those being worth 4 points. Shamrock Robotics successfully scores on level 4, an additional 5 points for their alliance. Maverick does the same on level 3 for Red. They currently have 2 of the 4 levels on their coral reef completed, waiting for that level 1, and I believe level 3, but I think they just completed that as well. So just need to get those on level 2, on level 1, worth 2 points each, but will get them that rank point. Alrighty, and we have 20 seconds left in the match. Robots will move to the barge area, trying to get those climbs. 4272 going for a deep cage. If they are successful, they will get 12 points for their alliance, and they have lifted off. Our other teams race to park before time runs out, and we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Scores are posted. It'll be the Red Alliance who will come out with a victory here. 130-88. Thing really pulling it ahead for the Red Alliance was the coral and then their algae as well. And with this, they received 5 rank points, just 1 short of a unicorn match. Congratulations to 10411, 4272, and 1024.
We have one more match until lunch. Just another update on that Purdue game. They're now at halftime. Purdue 38 to McNessie 20, up by 18.
Everybody clap with Chris, yeah!
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 15. We're going to start off our alliance with team 10-1-7-2. And joining them, it's team 829.
With their robot, the Capricornus, the Digital Goats.
And rounding off that red alliance, it's team 461.
Our Mishawaka event impact winner, Westside Boiler Invasion.
We're going to head over to that blue alliance. Starting off the blue alliance, we have team 100-9.
From Portage High School, the Prototypes.
And joining them, it's team 5402.
Celebrating their 10th season, Reckless Robotics.
And rounding off that blue alliance, it's team 9530.
With their robot, Sillybot, John Adams Robotics.
We are starting qualification match number 15. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and our robots are off around the Red Alliance. All of our robots are approaching their coral reef zone, getting that ring point for their alliance with getting 1 coral scored on that level 4. Both Digital Goats and 461 are lined up perfectly going into teleop to get to that coral reef. Over on the blue lines, we see some movement over here from 5402, trying to pull the weight for the blue lines. Unfortunately, they are the only robot in motion and will need to try to overcome the lead that they currently have against the Red Alliance, score of 23-10. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 461 going for a level 4 on that coral reef, and they are successful, an additional 5 points for their alliance. A key strategy for the Red Alliance could be the ground pickup that the Digital Goats have. They're one of few teams at this event to have that ground pickup, and not having to go back and forth to that coral station could be the key to their victory here. Reckless Robotics going for something on the level 4, but that algae getting a little bit in the way. They were able to knock it down, though, and get that additional 5 points for their alliance. Southside High School focusing on trying to get that coral on that first level, which will be an additional 2 points for their alliance if they are successful. 461, their quick cycle times have allowed them to get an additional coral up to that level 4, but unfortunately they will unsuccessfully make that coral, but it will give them 2 points for a level 1 score. 461 then successfully makes a level 3 score, 4 points for their alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, 5402 is trying to keep the lead as much as possible for the Blue Alliance. And they're doing great with being the only robot with a current score of 52-40. Their quick cycle times on that level 4, each of those being 5 points, is what's keeping them in the game. Digital Goats and Westside Boiler Invasion both trying for coral. And Digital Goats is successful. With that 20 seconds is left in the match, Southside High School scores one last one before our robots move to the barge and try to climb those cages. Both Digital Goats and 461 are trying to complete deep cage climbs. 461, as long as they can keep their wheels off the ground, is successful. Same with 829.
While we're waiting for scores, I have a quick announcement before lunch. We are selling merchandise at this competition again, and it is pretty awesome in my opinion. So please go see Michelle Coffee out by the entrance. Turn to the right as soon as you get through those doors. She's selling some really awesome shirts, hoodies, a lot of things. Go during lunch when there's no lines and no robots. Really awesome, awesome stuff. Look at this shirt that I'm holding up, really cool. Anyways, go get some merch during lunch.
And for our last match between lunch, it'll be the Red Alliance swimming to victory with a score of 97-52. The key thing here for the Red Alliance was both the barge and the coral. That endgame having 2 climbs really pushed them to victory. Congratulations to Southside High School, the Digital Goats, and Westside Boiler Invasion.
everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Let's start introing our teams for this first match right after lunch. First off, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3147.
Hailing from Munster, Indiana, it's Munster Horsepower.
Next up, we have Team 3936.
With students from Michigan City High School, it's Robo Blitz.
Next, we have Team 10493.
With students from William Henry Harrison High School in Evansville, Indiana, it's the Harrison Robo Warriors.
Starting off on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10021.
A rookie team currently ranked third place, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
Second, we have Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And last, but certainly not least, we have Team 4580.
Proudly sponsored by Ben Davis High School Area 31 Career Center, Fastenal, and Buckeye Conjugate. It's the Conductors.
All right, let's kick off qualification 16. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape!
Welcome to another beautiful game of robotics. The first 15 seconds completely pre-programmed and autonomous. Just like the rest of our Reefscape matches, robots need to move completely off that black tape line and remain off of it after the end of teleoperated period to get those movement points. 31-47, making good progress along with one of their opponents, the Garin Catholic Golden Gears. The remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all teleoperated. Human players pick up their controllers and drive the robots that their team built over the past season. 9 weeks ago, they received the challenge for this year's game, and now here they are competing. Most of these teams have seen a prior event, but some, this is their first time on the Reefscape field. Team 10 for 9 threes, the Harrison Robo Warriors. They're down in Evansville, Indiana, featuring the Kitbot design, which is small but mighty, still able to pick up the game pieces from the Coral Station and deliver them to the L1 spot on the reef. Red Alliance applying some pressure. That's monster horsepower, applying some defense and bumper action to the Blue Alliance. That contact is allowed as long as it's kept to a minimum and done outside the protected areas, which in this year's game is that taped off area around each of the reefs. Team 39-36, the Robo Blitz for Michigan City, Indiana. Their coral pieces fly through the air before getting deposited into their climber mechanisms. Many teams opting to score on the top part of the reef, scoring lots of points for their alliance, worth 5 during the teleoperated period. Just under a minute remaining. The match scores currently 60-27 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Neither team quite agreeing to cooperation yet. For that requirement, they would have to deliver additional game pieces to the processor. You can see one of those lights currently lit up on the barge, meaning the Red Alliance has put one of those algae in. You need 2 to get to that cooperation threshold. 135, the Penarota Black Knights now over and applying some defense to their opponents as they see time dwindling down, potentially preparing for one of those climbs. Few seconds, we'll hear that sonar bing. There it was. Starting to see teams make their way over to the cages, which are hung underneath the barge to get those end game points. They do need to get elevated off the ground and remain that way after the end of the match to get those bonus points for their alliance. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. 135, the Black Knights appear to be elevated. We'll have to see how those scores total up here at qualification match 16 here at the Finn District Lafayette event. Let's take a peek at those scores for your last qualification match. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking with a score of 102, nearly doubling Red Alliance's 46. They're going to get 5 ranking points for their hard work during that match. That's 3 for winning, 1 for their work in autonomous, and getting all those points on the cage. So sticks tight for qualification match 17 here at the Finn District Lafayette event.
Let's meet our teams for the next match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 9431.
With students from the R. Nelson Snyder High School in Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Gold Standard.
Next up, they're ready to storm the castle. It's Team 328.
With their robot system of a down, it's the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And third, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4982.
Hailing from Homestead High Schools and proudly sponsored by Fort Wayne Metals BAE Systems Alliance Winding and Veltruna, it's the Olympus Robotics.
All right, first up on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 3176.
Hailing from Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
And blazing into this next match, we have Team 6721.
With students from Charlie's A. Tinley Accelerated School, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
And third, we have Team 3865.
Proudly sponsored by South Bend Education Foundation, South Bend Alumni Association, American Power, and INMAC, it's Riley Wildbots.
Sorry. All right, let's get this party started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Your Blue Alliance has your average highest seed, so during this autonomous pre-programmed period, they're hoping to score that ranking point bonus. That does mean they need to move off that black tape line, which they did successfully, but they did need to properly score, so we'll have to see what our refs think as we exit that. The remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds is all tele-operated as human players pick up their controllers and drive the robot their team built over the last 9 weeks. 38-65, Riley Wildbots, currently your 4th-ranked team. That means we'll probably see them place lots of coral on their reef and potentially make use of their grabber mechanisms to remove those teal algae spherical objects from their reefs that would open additional scoring opportunities. 328, the Golden Rooks are definitely well known in Indiana for their ability to remove all that algae. I won't be surprised if we see no more algae in the field of play as they continue to grab it up and provide it into the processor. That does pass it over to their opponent, but it is still a net positive points for the Golden Rooks. Checking back in on our Blue Alliance, scores currently 57-48 in favor of our Blue Alliance. They've got a pretty strong contending team, 67-21, the Tinley Trailblazers. Continuing to reduce their cycle time. That's the time for them picking up a game piece and putting it on the reef to score points for their alliance. Red Alliance now making their way over to the Blue Alliance side and causing some bumper-on-bumper action, trying to prevent their opponents from scoring as many points as possible. That contact is allowed as long as it's kept to a minimum and done outside the protected areas. 328, the Golden Rooks, having exhausted all the algae on their side of the field, made the treacherous Strosh to the far side to pick up additional, slowly eking their score even higher since they've well exceeded that 2. They've now agreed to cooperation. The Blue Alliance has to join them now in order to get that lowered coral ranking point. As time begins to dwindle down, we hear that sonar ping. That means we'll start to see robots making their way over to their cages to get elevated off the ground. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. 10 seconds remaining for teams to get elevated. They'll have to remain that way after the match ends to get points for their alliance. Purple Precision is already up off the ground. Red Alliance hoping to join them. And that's about all the time we have for qualification match 17 here at the Finn District Lafayette event. Let's look at those scores for your last qualification match. Your winners will be the Blue Alliance. Running away with a score of 141. The Red Alliance is 104. Not quite what we need for that high advancement, but still getting 4 ranking points. The 3 per usual for winning, and 1 for their hard work in the barge. Just that end game period where they're climbing on those cages. Stick tight for qualification match 18.
All right, let's kick off our next match. First up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7617.
With students from University High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1741.
Their robot's name is Monarch. From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
And of course, last but not least, we have Team 9071.
Sponsored by the Unity Foundation, the United Way, and Valparaiso University. From LaPorte, Indiana, it's Slicer Tech.
First up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3487.
They're here with their robot Swim Shady. It's Red Pride Robotics.
All right, next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7457.
Currently your number 1 ranked team from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And last, we have Team 9119.
Proudly sponsored by Steel Dynamics, Essex, Brownwell, GM, Fort Wayne Metals, it's Iron Legends.
Ready to start our next match. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Pre-programmed and autonomous. As per usual, the first 15 seconds, 76-17, just about sneaking on that coral piece. Blue Alliance hoping to do the same. All teams appear to be crossing that auto start line, and both teams scoring coral. Blue Alliance continue to sneak in additional game pieces, 74-57. Successfully placing 3 of those game pieces, but just shy of heading back for a 4th. 76-17, Robo Blazers continue to place score on the top part of their reef. Now worth 5 points for their alliance instead of the 7 we saw during the autonomous period. 1741 Red Alert has a unique double intake design, allowing them to pick up from either side of their robot, feeding it into a central trough and then out through their elevator into the scoring area. 91-19, Iron Legends picking up an algae, that's those teal sphere objects, and successfully placing it into their opponent's processor. You're going to get 6 points for that successful process, but it is passed over to our opponents to get that 4-point rank 4-point algae score. 34-87, Ride Pro Robotics having potential issues gathering those additional coral pieces from their human player. That's the only way additional game pieces can be introduced into the field of play, since algae numbers are limited. 1741 appears to have a coral piece stuck in the bottom part of their robot. That means they're not able to pick up additional of those game pieces, but can continue to manipulate algae as they see fit. 7457 Super Duper has been high performing throughout the entirety of today's events. Scores are currently tied 100 to 100. Blue Alliance now changing that due to their couple of placement of algae and coral around this year's Reefscape field. Team 9071 Slicer Tech removing the last of the algae from their opponent's reef. There's now plenty of scoring opportunities remaining for the Red Alliance, but not a lot of time to take advantage of it. This score in the match has been neck and neck, only 130 to 122. Well over the 100 games, might be the highest combined score we'll see, but it might come down to the end game period. We heard that sonar ping sound. Teams making their way over to those cages. Again, the longer the chain, the more points they'll gain, but they do need to get elevated off the ground. Super duper quick and snappy with it. Red Alliance trying to match them and do the same, and that's about all the time we have for qualification match 18. We'll just see how these scores total up. Both of these teams filled the top part of their reefs, but only one can win, and that will be the Blue Alliance. Again, they were neck and neck for most of that event. Blue Alliance now having the new event high score of 167. You can see there plenty of points scored in the coral, but the algae was the differentiator. Blue Alliance taking home 5 ranking points. Red Alliance only taking home 2, but still all right, both for hard work in their algae and in the barge. Stick tight for qualification match 19.
Let's meet our teams for the next match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 10-4-34.
one of our favorite teams from Fort Wayne. It's the Cy Bears.
And next up, we have Team 1747.
Hailing all the way from West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And last but not least, we have Team 7477.
Proudly sponsored by Steel Warehouse, Mishawaka Education Foundation, B&B Molders, and ASA Electronics. It's the Giddy Goats.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7657.
Their robot named after their superintendent, it's Superbot, the Thunderbots.
Second up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4485.
With students from Danville Community High School, it's Strive Tech Robotics.
And ready to take a bite out of their competition, it's Team 1024.
Currently ranked 5th and proudly sponsored by MSD Lawrence Township, Indiana Department of Education, Poultry Jensen Grunhaus Foundation, it's the Kilobytes.
All right, teams, get ready to start match 19. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
First 15 seconds, autonomous and pre-programmed as per usual. Team 1024, the Kilobytes, successfully delivering a coral feast to the bottom part of their alliance area. Just shy of place 1 on the top, but they're still going to get that autonomous ranking point. Blue Alliance potentially able to get the same since all the teams needed to move across that black lined area. The remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds is all teleoperated. Human players stick with their controllers and drive the robot that their team built over the last 9 weeks. Team 4485 Tribe Tech is one of the few robots here in Indiana that prefer to score their algae directly in the net. They do get to bypass the processor, so they're not going to get lots of cooperation, but they are going to get additional points for their alliance since they are avoiding that deficit due to their opponent alliance. 1747 making use of their swerve drive and their post-based collection mechanism. While harder to get from the human player, they are able to place it with much more confidence onto the coral reef station. Team 4657, that's Thunderbots, continuing to evolve their mechanisms throughout the season this year. This is one of the potentially first times we've seen them in the state of Indiana. We'll see them again next weekend. But they're hoping to continue to increase their performance and walk away with an increase in their ranking. Teams can do that by winning the match, but then also participating in additional side quests known as ranking points. They can do that in the coral, the algae, or the barge during the endgame period. Team 4485 Tribe Tech continues to manipulate game pieces. They're picking up those teal spheres known as algae off the ground, and then they'll position it into wherever scores the most amount of points for their team strategy. Team 10434, that's the Cy Bears. Their logo on their robot does appear to be scratched off by the bear, so we definitely appreciate that imagery. Featuring the simple Kimpot design, they are able to work and deliver those game pieces in an efficient manner, especially for that lower trough area. 23 seconds during the match, we'll hear that sonar ping. We'll start to see teams heading over to those cages. Again, the longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. So teams designing on the ground, trying to get it more points for their alliance. Thunderbots looks like they've captured that cage. They do need to get elevated off the ground. 1024 already joining them, 1747 matching. Let's see how these scores total up. And let's see those scores for your last qualification match. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking with a score of 83, just above Red Alliance's 72. They're going to get 5 ranking points, just shy of the 6 that are available. They'll get 3 for winning the match, 1 for their work in Autonomous, and another 1 for their work in the end game, that barge. Walking proudly away, all teams increasing in the rankings.
All right, we have a short announcement. We have a couple roundtables going on today. The first one is the team captains meeting, where all students are welcome to learn about being a team captain. That is happening now, aka 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. So if you want to go to that, you should probably get heading over there. Also later today from 4 to 5 p.m., we have a rookie teams discussion for any rookie teams. So please consider going to our roundtables. They're very beneficial for anybody that wants to learn about that specific topic. Also, later today, we have one 5:30 to 6:30 for LGBTQ plus of first. Again, all students are welcome to talk about this. Have fun. Let's meet our teams for match 20. First off, we have team 7198.
Proudly from Monticello, Indiana, it's the TL Fearsome Gears.
Next up, we have team 6956.
With students from Westfield High School and their robot Mac, it's Shamrock Robotics.
And last but not least, we have team 4272.
Proudly sponsored by Caterpillar Incorporated, Bayer Fun, MMAC, and Tipmunk REMC Radiant Research. It's Maverick Robotics.
First up on the Blue Alliance, we have team 1529.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Cyber Cards.
Next, we have team 71.
With students from Hammond Area Career Center, it's Team Hammond.
And last over here, we have team 10492.
Proudly sponsored by Benjamin Boss High School, it's the Boss Bite Force.
All right, let's head into match 20 with our drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rescape.
All robots beginning with one of those preloaded game pieces. They have the remaining 15 seconds to make use of that for additional bonus points for their alliance. Red Alliance just shy of both of the game pieces so far. Able to successfully place one. They are so proud. Blue Lions continue to move around the field of play. They're able to match their opponents and potentially pick up that additional ranking point in the autonomous period. Team 71, Team Handham trying to pick up one of those algaes from the preloaded area. Successful in doing just some of those as they continue to move around in the field of play. 69-56 Westfield trying to persistently pick up one of their game pieces from their coral station. Once all the game pieces are exhausted on the field, you can bring in additional coral, but all the algae is all we're going to see. 15-29, the Cyber Cards making use of Mecanum wheels to move around their robot. Not currently the current meta, but still a valuable way to maneuver your robot around the field of play, especially with that rotational transitional motion that Mecanum wheels give you. 42-72, Maverick Robotics continues to be a high performer in this match, keeping up with the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is now pulling ahead with a score of 52 over Blue Alliance's 36. Blue Alliance has scored 2 algae, but not in the processor, or 0 actually in the processor. They scored those directly, probably due to the actions of one of their teammates able to do that and then get points for their alliance bypassing the processor penalties. 71-98, TL Fearsome Gears continues to prepare their alliance members for additional game pieces. Teammates need to communicate and make sure that they have additional clear spaces for picking up those game pieces for when their teammates are ready for those additional game piece placements. We got the Bite Force here. They're team 10-4-92. They're one of our proud rookie teams here in Indiana this season. We have 9 of them. So they continue to be prepared for the onslaught of what an FRC event can bring them. We'll hear that sonar ping, and teams will start making their way over to the climbing area. Score is currently 55-90, but plenty of points available if they can get their robots elevated off the ground and get those climb barge points. Time ticking down. Well, to see how these teams do, you can get points for parking in those taped off areas. West just sneaking in. Let's see those scores total up. Let's see how those teams did. Your winners are the Red Alliance, taking it with a score of 111. What a beautiful palindrome. To Blue Alliance is 61, getting 5 of those available 6 ranking points, all moving up in the rankings with Maverick Robotics sticking in that 2nd rank. Stick tight for the next qualification match.
All right, let's get ready to meet our teams for this match. Starting us off with the Red Alliance, we have Team 292.
From Maroochville, Indiana, it's Panther Tech.
And aiming to be the best, we have Team 1646.
Right here in their hometown in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Gasworks.
And then we have Team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
Starting us off on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10411.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's G-Code Generals.
And next, we have Team 3494.
From Kanzinza, it's the Quadrangles.
And they're out of this world, it's Team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactic.
All right, let's start match 21. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, swim.
All right, we got all robots off on the Blue Alliance, 2 off on that Red Alliance. It looks like 10-4-1-1 places a coral successfully on that level 1 for the Blue Alliance. And there is 1 on level 4 and 1 on level 2 for that Blue Alliance going into Teleop, and 1 on the 4th level for the Red Alliance. That gives the Blue Alliance a 23-13 point advantage 10 points ahead of the Red Alliance as we head into the first couple seconds of teleop. It looks like 34 and 94 are going for those algae, taking them off of that reef so they're able to place more coral, putting it into the processor. That gives their team 6 points and allows that human player of the other alliance to score in the barge. 49-26 are going for more placement on that reef for the Blue Alliance. Let's head over to the other side and see what's going on in the Red Alliance. Right now, 292 are going for a L4 placement for that coral, trying to get 5 points for their alliance. Let's see if they're successful. While they're lining up, 1646, their alliance partner goes for another L4 placement. 292 was successful, getting that 5 points for the alliance. Unfortunately, 1646 drops that coral, but they immediately go for another one. The Red Alliance is very focused on getting those coral onto the reef right now. It is 91-63 in favor of the Blue Alliance, just a couple more coral. Teams are working to get at least 5 coral onto that reef on each level to try and get the ranking points. It looks like the Blue Alliance is pretty close to that. 49-26 are going for that level 2 scoring. We have a lot of level 1 scoring on that blue reef. We can see very crowded on the bottom there with lots of coral pieces. Right now we have just over 20 seconds left. That means it is now endgame and robots are trying to get onto those cages. Let's see how many robots we can get up. Right now we have 2 robots in the Blue Alliance attempting to climb. It looks like they are up with 5 seconds left. We got 1 up on the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for those teams in match number 21. All right, let's take a look at the results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 147 to 109. That brings 49-26 Galactech up into that 2nd place position and Quadrangles into the 7th place. They have all 6 ranking points from that match. That, folks, is our unicorn match right there. They really pulled through, got 92 points at the coral, 26 points on that barge, really outshining there. And moving 10-4-1-1 up into the 12th place position as well. Really big accomplishment for the Blue Alliance. Congratulations.
All right, let's meet our teams for match 22. Starting off in the Red Alliance, we have team 9530.
It's John Adams Robotics.
Next up, we have team 4580.
It's the Conductors.
And third on the Red Alliance, we have team 4982.
It's Olympus Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance side, we're going to start off with team 10029.
It's the Prototypes.
Next up, we have team 3147.
That's Monster Horsepower.
And last but not least, we have team 10021.
It's the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears. All right, let's start match 22. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rescape. All right, 3 robots are off on that Blue Alliance. That's automatically a ranking point for the Blue Alliance with that 1 coral placed on L4. Over on the Red Alliance, we have a couple movements as well for some robots. No coral, but that's okay because they can make up for it in Teleop. Let's see how that goes. Team 100 2-1 is going for an immediate L4 coral right after Teleop has started. Their alliance partners 31-47 are right behind them, placing another coral onto that reef. Over on the Red Alliance, we have some algae coming out of the field here. It looks like some of the robots are trying to pick up that coral and complete their reef as well. Right now we have one of those coral on L2 of the reef. And it looks like 49-82 are going for some of the algae pickup off the ground. We've seen a little bit of a struggle today with the algae as it gets deflated throughout the day. So robots are learning how to work with that new. Team 100 2-1 are going for another coral placement onto that top level of the reef. Right now, the Blue Alliance has 38 points and Red has 16 points. Just over a minute left. Teams still have plenty of time to get some pieces onto the field. 121 are making some fast cycles between their coral station and the reef, just trying to fill up as much as they can of that L4. Just a little reminder about how the ranking points work this year. There are 6 ranking points possible in a match, 3 for winning, 1 for moving an auto and placing a coral in auto, 1 for filling up 5 on each level of the reef, and 1 for scoring barge over 14 points. It looks like over on the Red Alliance, we have 49-82 still working on de-algifying that reef and putting some of it into the processor. It looks like we have a little bit of defense over here from 31-47, trying to take the algae out of the possession of the Red Alliance. We have 5 seconds left in the match and teams are scrambling to climb. 2, 1. And that marks the end of qualification match number 22. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for their teams and their awesome work. All right, let's take a look at the results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 84-36 against the Red Alliance. That allows Team 100 2-1 to keep their 4th place position, giving each one of those teams 4 ranking points. They really outshone in the coral section of that match, getting 67 points from placing those coral on the reef versus the 11 that the Red Alliance got. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Hello, everybody. It is time to announce our teams for qualification match number 23. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, this team is precisely what the competition needs. It's Team 3176.
From Brownsburg High School, it's Purple Precision.
And partnering up with them, hoping to create a legendary alliance, it's Team 9119.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Iron Legends.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 9431.
Also from Fort Wayne, it's the Gold Standard.
Diving on in over to the blue side of the field. Our first team on our Blue Alliance, ready to dive into the competition. It is Team 328.
From Penn High School, it's Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And partnering up with them, ready for the competition day or night, it is Team 135.
It's their sister team, Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And rounding out our teams for this match, one of our awesome host teams, it is Team 461.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Alrighty, we got a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rescape.
All right, it looks like we have 3 robots off on the Blue Alliance, 2 on the Red Alliance. Let's see what we can get done in this autonomous period. It looks like 461 is going for placing some of those coral. They successfully get 1 on that reef. That means the Blue Alliance will have 1 ranking point for this match already. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Purple Precision immediately going for taking some of those algae off the reef. Their alliance partners, 9119, are picking up some of those algae from the pre-place position on the field, and it looks like they're going over to that processor and score it so the other team's human player can pick that up. 2176 successfully gets one of those L4 corals onto the reef and knocks another algae off on their way back down. 461 is going for another placement of the coral onto their reef. It looks like they're having a little bit of struggles trying to spin it, get it moving again, and they're successful with that L4 coral. Their alliance partners, 328, that's the Golden Rooks, are trying to place some of that coral or algae into that processor. The Red Alliance human player successfully throws it into that net. Right now, it is a super close match with 76-79 for the Red Alliance. Could be anyone's game. We'd have over just a minute left. 461 are going for more cycles. They're trying to make it all the way across with those coral pieces on top of that reef. Right now, they have over 5 scored on that L4 of the reef. Probably move down to the other levels to get more ranking points soon. 3176 are going for another L4 placement of coral as well for their alliance, as their alliance partners join them in trying to fill up that reef with coral as fast as possible. 461 going again for another coral placement, as 328 goes for placing one of those algae into the processor. We see a strategy here with some bots focusing on algae and some focusing on coral. Let's see what happens in the last 10 seconds. On the blue alliance, we have 2 robots off the ground. Red alliance is working on it too. There's 3, 2, 1. And that marks the end of qualification match number 23. Very close match there at the end. Please give a huge round of applause for both of these alliances' hard work. All right, let's take a look at the results from this match. And congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 178. It's our high score of today. Congratulations to that Blue Alliance. They have 5 ranking points with that match, moving 461 into place number 6, 135 into 11th, and 328 into 24th. They got a lot of points in that algae category, 82 points versus the 60 for the Red Alliance. And they pulled through just barely with those barge points, 26 to 24. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance and that high score.
Alrighty, everybody, it is time for our next qualification match. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, sporting their Alliance color, it is Team 1741.
From Center Grove High School, it's Red Alert saying challenge.
And ready to giddy up with them, it is Team 829.
From Walker Career Center, it's the Digital Goats.
And working with them, creating the trail for this event, it is Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tenley Trailblazers.
Okay. Swimming on over to the blue side of the field. I see a team that's here and ready to cause some pandemonium. It is Team 1747.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And with them ready to slice away at the competition, it is Team 9071.
With their robot Rock Lobster, it's Slicer Tech.
And ready to fly away with the competition, it is Team 7657.
With their robot Superbot, it's the Thunderbots.
Good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rescape.
All right, it looks like all robots on the field have moved. That gives these alliances the chance to win that auto ranking point. Looks like the Red Alliance is already on it, scoring one of those coral onto the top level of the reef. And it looks like the Blue Alliance pulled through with one L1 coral as well for their alliance. 1747 immediately goes for one of those L4 placements of coral right after that teleop bell rang. 9071 looks like they're going to focus on de-algifying that reef, getting those algae off so coral can be placed, and putting them into that processor. Over there on the Red Alliance, robots are scrambling over here, moving extremely fast in all sides of the field. 1741 are going for that automatic placement of the L4 coral. Their robot picking up on both sides. They're able to pass through that coral and put it up onto that L4, and their alliance partners, 6721, are going to join them in trying to complete that top level of the reef. 829ers also joining them, trying to complete every level, get at least 5 of those corals so they can get that ranking point and move up in the ranks of today's competition. 1747 are on the Blue Alliance, going for the same thing, precisely lining up that robot to get a coral onto that L4, while their alliance partners in 9071 are going for placing an algae in that processor. They're struggling a bit with the algae in the way, but they're able to push it out of the way. Right now, there's just over 40 seconds left in the match. It's 94 for the Red Alliance, 42 for the Blue Alliance. Over on the red side of the field, we have a lot of action still going on. The coral reef is looking pretty full. Only 2 algae left on there, and the top level only has 3 rungs left to be placed on. There's just over 20 seconds left in the match. 1741 goes for a last-second coral placement. Their alliance partners, 829, are going for hanging on that shallow cage, along with 1747 for the Blue Alliance. The other robots scramble over as well with 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give a huge round of applause for those teams in qualification match number 24. Great job. Let's take a look at the results from that past match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. Winning with a score of 122-70. The Red Alliance got 5 ranking points that match, moving all 3 of those teams up in the ranks in the early teens. They really showed through in that Coral. 103 points just in Coral to the 41 points of the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Alrighty, everybody. While our lovely field reset team fixes something on the field, we're going to go ahead and start with our Blue Alliance for this match. Ready to strike some fear into the competition, it is Team 7198.
It's TL Fearsome Gears from Monticello, Indiana.
And ready to fight to victory, it is Team 10493.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Harrison Robo Warriors.
And making sure this match is a wild time, it is Team 3865.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's Riley Wildbots.
And as we dive on over to the red side of the field, we're greeted by a team that's sporting a team that just won a very important basketball game. It is Team 7457.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper.
And partnering up with them, ready to wreck the competition, it is Team 5402.
From Logansport and Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
And with them ready to rock the competition, it is Team 6956.
From Westfield High School, it's Shamrock Botics.
We've got a green light on the field, drivers behind the line, and 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, we have 2 robots off on the Red Alliance, 2 off on the Blue Alliance. Let's see what they're doing over here. Looks like the Red Alliance already has 3 coral placed on that L4, and Super Duper is going for more rapidly. That gives the Red Alliance a bit of advantage going into Teleop with 37 points versus the Blue 6. Super Duper immediately going for putting that LG into that net. They're successful, no bouncing out that time. 7457 is going for another immediate coral pickup as their alliance partners 6956 are going to assist them with filling up that reef. They already have a significant amount of coral onto that reef just a couple seconds into Teleop. We're excited to see what they could do with the rest of this match. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7198 traversing across the field. It looks like going over to the Red Alliance to play a little bit of defense. Their alliance partners 3865 are going for placing another coral onto their reef trying to rack the points up. 69 at 56 are going for some of those lower coral placements for the Red Alliance. There's 2 on that L1 right now, and 74-57 are working on adding more. All 3 red robots are here trying to put as many as possible, with Shamrock Baltics trying to whack off some of those algae so they're able to place more. It looks like 71-98 is still playing a little bit of defense over in this corner of the field. Fortunately, we have a couple not moving robots on the field. Let's see if they can try and make them working with the last couple of seconds left. We have just over 35 seconds. It looks like we have 38-65 already climbed up onto that shallow cage. Couple seconds early for that end-game sound. 54-02 looks to join them for the Red Alliance, and looks like Super Duper is coming into contact with those cages as well. We have just over 5 seconds left. Super Duper is up. 54-02 is up. 3, 2, 1. And that marks the end of match number 25. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for these teams and their hard work. I have a quick announcement about the merchandise. I now own a really cool new shirt, everybody. Look at this tie-dye blue Reefscape shirt, event-specific, all the Finn events on the back. Get your limited edition shirts, and we also have shorts, and they're selling out fast. They're down to smalls and mediums, so while they last, they're $10 for some Reefscape shorts. Go get them right next to the entrance. Really awesome merch there. All right, let's take a look at these scores. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 145-33. That puts Super Trooper keeping their first place position and moves up the rest of the alliance as well. Every team on the alliance got 6 ranking points. That's the maximum of ranking points you can get in this year's game. They had 106 coral points to 7 on the Blue Alliance. Really great job to the Red Alliance. Congratulations.
Alrighty, everybody. Qualification match number 26. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Over on the Red Alliance, we have a team that is ready to rumble. It is Team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, that's Team Roboto.
And another team who is ready to rumble in this competition, it is Team 10411.
From Wayne High School, it's G-Code Generals.
And rounding out the Red Alliance tribe, it is Team 4485.
From Danville, Indiana, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
And as we move our way under the barge, I'm seeing a pretty strong looking blue alliance over here. Starting off there, we have one of our teams that's ready to take a bite out of the competition. It's Team 10492.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Boss Robotics.
And another team who's giddy to get on the field, it is Team 7477.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Giddy Goats.
And rounding out a team that's ready to claw away at the competition, it is Team 292.
From Western High School, it's Panther Tech.
We got the go-ahead from Alexis. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
It looks like every robot on the field is off for the Red Alliance Team 447, going for one of those coral placements. Unfortunately, they're unsuccessful, but they're going for one more. It looks like over on the Blue Alliance, you have a coral wedged on top of an algae here. Let's see if they could use that to their advantage going into teleop. Looking over to the Red Alliance, you have Team 4485 going for a coral placement. They just picked one off the ground. Let's see what level of the reef they're going for. It looks like they have a dual intake right there, picking up one of the algae and making their way over to the barge. They're able to handle both algae and coral at the same time with an interesting mechanism that they built with their robot. Right now, it looks like they are just de-algifying that reef, placing a couple algae onto the top of that net in the barge for their alliance, while 447 works on putting coral on the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 292 going for L4 corals as well. Looks like they already have one successful one, and they have a couple on L1 from their dropping. Team 292 is going for yet another L4 coral. Let's see if they're successful. Their alliance partner, Team 7477, also goes for a coral placement on L1, and 292 was successful on that L4 coral placement. Team 4485 is still going for some of those algae into that net in the barge. That earns their team points, and it gives them possibility of ranking points as well. They need 14 points from those algae in the net to get one of those ranking points. It looks like they're still working on that. Just over 30 seconds left. This alliance chose to focus more on algae than coral, and that's totally fine. Teams are able to strategize ahead to what works best to get them the most points and ranking points throughout the match. That sound means that there is now in game. Teams are able to get up onto those cages. It looks like we have a couple of cage attempts, climb attempts as well. We have 3, 2, 1. And we have one robot up for that Red Alliance, and that marks the end of qualification match number 26. Congratulations. All right, let's take a look at the results from that match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning with the score of 84-55. The Red Alliance really pulled through with that barge, getting all those algae up into the barge and the net. That earned their team 5 ranking points, that in the autonomous, and moves each one of those teams up in ranking position. Specifically, 44-85 is in that 7th place position. You want to be top 8 to be Alliance captain, so let's see what happens with the rest of these matches. About 60 left.
All right, everyone, it is time for qualification match number 27. Let's go ahead and start off by introducing our Red Alliance. Our first team is a team that's ready to fly away with the win here. It's Team 1529.
In their 21st season, it's the Cyber Cards.
And another team that's bulldozing their way through the competition, it is Team 4272.
In their 14th season, it's the Maverick Robotics.
And another team that's going to take this match by storm, it is Team 3936.
Also in their 14th season, it's the Robo Blitz.
As we make our way under the barge, I see a quite fine-looking blue alliance. Starting with one of our rookie teams, it is Team 10434.
In their very first season, we have the Cy Bears.
And with them blazing their way to victory, it is Team 7617.
In their 7th season, we have the Robo Blazers.
And with them shooting for victory, it is Team 1646.
In their 21st season, we have Precision Guessworks.
Have a green light on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape. Behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, we're starting off match 27 with both alliances having robots moving in auto and scoring on the reef. Maverick Robotics going back and scoring a second one on L4 with their teammates having gotten the drive point. We have ended our autonomous period with blue at 23 and red at 20. So let's see how the teams do in the teleoperated period. Maverick starts off by scoring another coral on L4 with their teammates 39-36 doing the exact same, with 15-29 going over and grabbing a coral of their own. So it seems like all three robots are planning to cycle coral, but Maverick's score is in the net, so that means that they are also planning to score algae. So this is going to be a little bit of both game pieces. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 1646 lining up to score with their teammate 76-17 doing the same on L4, and they do end up making it. Teammate 10-4-34 going over to the coral station and grabbing a coral so that they can slide it in sideways onto L1. L1 is that trough on the bottom of the reef. Now you'll notice that there is a coral sitting sideways in the trough of the reef, but that is still counted as scored as long as it is touching that surface on the bottom L1 part of the reef. 1646 temporarily beached on an algae, but they do get assistance from their teammate 76-17, and the show does go on. We have 1 minute and 12 seconds left in our match with red at 81 and blue at 46. Let's look over at the Red Alliance, where Mavericks are scoring another algae into the net with their elevator, while their teammate 39-36 goes up and aims to score on L4. 15-29 scoring on L2. It seems that that team is going for that rank point with 5 coral on each level of the reef. That is what their goal is going to be. So once they fill up that L1, they are likely going to start scoring on the other branches to make sure that they can evenly disperse those corals and get that rank point. We have 30 seconds left in the match with red at 112, already breaking 100, and blue at 62, working to get those algae and those coral scored as fast as they can. 76-17 going to score an algae on L3. Blue's human player goes and shoots an algae into the net. Now we have that sonar ping going off, which means we are going to have teams start climbing. Mavericks and 15-29 going over to line up to climb. 76-17 doing the exact same thing on the blue side. Mavericks are off of the ground. All teammates coming over to the barge zone at 3, 2, 1, and that's match 27. We are ready to see their scores for match 27. And it is the Red Alliance that wins this match. Red with a score of 141 points to Blue's 86 points. So we're going to have our teams 50-29 and 39-36 moving up in rank. Mavericks holding steady at that third ranking position with 4 rank points. Blue putting up a really good fight with more barge points than red, but it is the Coral and Algae that ended up winning the match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Alrighty, everybody. We are going to go ahead and introduce our teams for our next qualification match. Starting with the team that is ready to angle their robot perfectly to victory. It is Team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
And partnering up with them, I think we have a couple of fish that are a little lost at sea here. Over at Team 71.
From Hammond, Indiana, it's Team Hammond.
And partnering up with them, hoping to shoot their way to victory, it is Team 10172.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, we have the Apex Archers.
Alrighty, and let's go under the barge here over to our Blue Alliance. Starting off with a team that is ready to take a bite out of the competition. It is Team 1024.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, we have the Kilobytes.
Alrighty, next up we have a team that has some red pride but is fighting for blue. It is Team 3487.
From Plainfield, Indiana, it's Red Pride Robotics.
And rounding out an alliance that's out of this world, it is Team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactic.
Good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, let's start off our autonomous period. All 6 robots on the field are going to get that 2 points for moving during autonomous. 3487 already scoring on L1 with their teammates scoring on L4. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 3 Coral also scored on the Reef at the beginning of teleoperated period, so those Coral are going to be worth more than they would be in teleop. 1024 coming over to the red side, possibly playing some defense, while 3494, the Quadrangles, go ahead and go score in their processor. This serves 2 purposes, as scoring in the processor does get them points, and it also clears the reef so that the Coral are easier to score, because if a Coral is supported by an algae when it is still on the reef, it actually does not count as a scored item. Team 71 trying to get around the Kilobytes and attempting to score on their reef, while their teammates, the Quadrangles, and their teammates, 10-172, go over and grab some more Coral from their Coral station. If we look back here over at the blue side, we have another team over here, 3487, scoring an algae in their processor, which gives the red human player a chance to shoot into the net, which they do in fact make. 3487 continuing to make these algae cycles so that their teammates can go and score Coral. For example, Galactic is scoring a Coral on L4 right now. So at 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the match, we have blue at 86 points and red at 60 points. We do have the cooperation bonus engaged, which means there were enough algae scored into the processor to lower that threshold for Coral on each level to 3. So only 3 levels need to have 5 Coral on them for each team to get this ranking point now. L4 is almost full on the blue side. On the red side, we have teams working on all levels, potentially to get that ranking point for themselves. Blue at 100 and red at 71. At only 38 seconds left to go in this match. Blue, L4 of their reef is officially filled, and we have 1024 continuing to play on the other side, presumably playing defense to help slow down red scoring. We have quadrangle scoring on L3, so we're at 5 on that level. That's going to get us 1 out of 3 levels, scored 5 for each of those teams for that rank point. So when we have that sonar ping go off, we're going to have those teams go towards the middle of the field and attempt to climb on these hanging cages underneath the barge zone. So we have quadrangles are off the ground along with Galactech. And that's the end of qualification match 28.
Let's see our scores for qualification match 28. We have the Blue Alliance winning this match with a score of 124 to Red's 103. So a relatively close match with both alliances breaking 100. So we have Galactech staying at rank 2. Kilobytes moving up to rank 3 just underneath them with 3487 moving up to rank 10. That's 5 ranking points for that Blue Alliance. Congratulations, Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, everybody, it is time for our next qualification match. Let's go ahead and meet our Red Alliance, starting with a team here that is as tough as iron. It is Team 9119.
With their robot Scrapey the lifeguard, we have the Iron Legends.
And partnering up with them is Team 10029.
From Portage, Indiana, we have the Prototypes.
And ready to jet set to victory, it is Team 7657.
With their robot Superbot, named after their superintendent who's leaving this year, we have the Thunderbots.
As we make our way over to the blue side of the field, our first team is ready to slice away at the competition. It is Team 9431.
With their robots named Crush, we have the Gold Standard.
And I think we should alert the other alliance about our next team. It's Team 1741.
With their robot Monarch, we have Red Alert.
And our next team hoping to conduct their alliance to victory, it is Team 4580.
Their robot's name is the Ocean Express, so their team name is the Conductors.
the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, we're going to see our autonomous period start off here. We have 76-57 trying to score and going back for another coral. Several autos have multiple pieces to their autos. For example, 1741 on blue side is also going back and forth between the reef and the coral station on their side of the field. Now we have all 6 robots officially moving around the field during the teleoperated period. Those students are going to be driving those robots as 1741, 9431, and 4580 all go to score on the reef. So there are 3 L4 coral on the blue reef right now, along with 1 L2 coral, not to be confused with L1, which is actually the trough on the bottom of the reef. We have Team 9119 over there scoring on their side with their teammate 7657 attempting to line up for L4. They have a pivoting wrist on their arm, which is not seen very often in Indiana. For a lot of teams choose to only have that coral statically upright or sideways to slide into L1. In this case, they have a wrist, so they are going to go back over to their coral station with their wrist sideways and collect it from that part that's rolling out. Meanwhile, Team 10029 grabbing an algae from the reef, which allows them to clear it out for their teammates. And potentially, they are going to go over and attempt to score in the processor, which is then going to give the Blue Alliance, their human player, a chance to score in the net to get some points back from that. On the Blue Alliance team, 1741 lines up to score 1 on L4, and that brings this match to 54 points for blue and 46 points for red. So we have about a 10-point difference here. It could be anybody's game at this point with 45 seconds left in the match. 1741 scoring another one on the L4 rung with 94-31, moving to line up with L2, and 4580 over by their station. Maybe grabbing another coral. We have the Red Alliance robots continuing to score in their processor, which is going to keep getting them points and going to keep letting Blue's human player help them catch up by scoring in that net above them. We have that little sonar sound, which means that we're going to have teams start to come over to their cages and attempt to climb. So we have deep cages, which are going to be lower to the ground and be worth more points, whereas shallow cages are going to be up higher. In this match, we have all deep-mounted cages. Robots attempting to climb up. This is a lot of weight, and we are at 0 seconds for the match. Qualification number 29. Let's see our scores for qualification match 29. We have the Blue Alliance winning this match. With a score of 97-89, we have a relatively close match with less than 10 points difference. We have 3 ranking points on the Blue Alliance side, 2 ranking points on the Red Alliance side. What ended up winning the match was the coral that ended up on the reef on the blue side. So congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, folks, let's meet our teams from qualification match 30. Starting off with our friends over here on the Red Alliance, let's meet Team 135.
With their robot named Johnson, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
Joining them on the center of the Red Alliance, it's Team 9530.
With their robot Sillybot, it's John Adams Robotics.
And wrapping up the teams, we'll meet on this side of the barge. Let's meet Team 9071.
Their robot Rocks, its name's Rock Lobster with Slicer Tech.
Making our way through the deep cages of the Blue Alliance, let's meet who's on it. It's Team 461.
Their robot's name is Rowdy25, and their team name is Westside Boiler Invasion.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance, let's meet Team 4982.
Their robot's name is Riptide. It's Olympus Robotics.
And last but not least, it's Team 7198.
Their robot's name is Squiddly Diddly. It's the Fearsome Gears.
Drivers behind the line. Qualifications match 30 in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
All right, let's see how things start off in our autonomous period. We have Team 461 going ahead and going over and aiming to get 2 coral up on the L4 branch. They end up with 1, but that does get them more points, aka 7 points in autonomous period. Let's look over here. We have Team 135 primed with a coral to attempt to score on L4 while their teammates go over at 95-30, also attempting to score. We have Team 4982 on the blue side, almost chasing after an algae, but then they go back and try to get another one off the reef. We have Team 7198 attempting to score on L1 and then going back over to the coral station to grab another one. Their teammates 461 going ahead and going up and scoring a couple more on L4, which is going to be worth 5 points each time they do so. We have 26-9 with 1 minute and 37 seconds left in this match. We have teams working towards their rank points. We have 90-71 going ahead and putting algae into that processor, which is going to get them some points and allow the human player from the other team to go put some algae into the net. We have Team 90-71 grabbing some more off of the reef. You have to be really finessed with that because there is a narrow grip region where they can actually hold onto it since it is a spear. 461 going over and grabbing some more coral from the coral station. We have 95-30 over. They seem to be playing some solid defense against the Blue Alliance in order to slow down that scoring from 49-82. Their teammates are over. Red 135 is scoring on the red L4. 7198 also on the red side. So we have 2 robots playing defense. That is 1 robot from each alliance playing defense on the other alliance. That means these robots seem to have similar strategies and how to help kind of slow down the alliance so that their partners can score and hopefully keep them at bay. We have blue 62 to red 67, so we were only about 5 points away, aka that's about 1 score on L4. And 461 just made that score on L4, so now we are tied at 67-67 with only 20 seconds left in the match. Make that 71-67. So the climb will definitely end up making or breaking this match for both of these alliances. 4982 staying out to score while their teammates line up to climb. All 6 robots in the barge zone at 0 seconds left in qualification match 30.
All right, let's see our scores for qualification 30. It's going to be close, folks. Let's see here. It's the Blue Alliance that wins this match. Congratulations. We have 85-83. That is a 2-point difference. That means that every single coral makes or breaks this match. That's why those blue robots were staying out and scoring till the last minute, because they knew that this would win them 4 ranking points and push them up in the ranks. That's the coral that ended up winning them the match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, folks, let's meet our teams for qualification match 31. Starting off on the red alliance as per usual, let's meet our friend Team 447.
They're a family community team from Anderson, Indiana. It's Team Roboto.
Joining them on the center of the red alliance station, it's Team 6956.
From Westfield High School, we have Shamrock Botics.
And wrapping up one of our rookie teams here in the area, it's Team 10493.
From William Henry Harrison High School, it's the Harrison Robo Warriors.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's meet our teams on this side of the barge, starting off with Team 7457.
From Purdue Polytechnic High School, we have Super Duper Robotics.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance stage is Team 328.
From Penn High School, we have Penn Robotics, the Golden Rooks.
And our sixth and final team for this match is Team 1747.
Also from William Henry Harrison High School, we have Harrison Boiler Robotics. Hey guys, your best friends, the therapy dogs, are back out by the lobby from 4 to 5 today. So if you want to pet some dogs, you should definitely go out there. They're adorable. I love them. Go pet the therapy dogs from 4 to 5.
Drivers behind the line, match 31 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, let's start match 31 with our autonomous period, and 447 goes and scores it on L1. We have the blue line scoring 2 on L4 already. That will get them 7 points each. Make that 3. We're gonna start our teleoperated period now with 328 already going over and grabbing an algae off of the reef. 74-57 doing the exact same thing, but they also score a coral at the same time. Very efficient. They go up and try to toss an algae into the net. Meanwhile, the Rotuman player does in fact make an algae into the net. They try that again. And Team 328 goes chasing a coral, but that's okay because there's more on the reef. They go grab one from their own barge station. And 74-57 going over, scoring a coral on the L4. On the red side, 447 also has an algae in their robot, and they just scored it into the processor. So the blue human player can attempt to make that shot into the net. 10-4-93, unfortunately having some issues, but 17-47 trying to help keep up. 69-56 helping keep up. 17-47 seems to be playing some defense on the red side. 69-56, however, does in fact grab that coral, and they are making it over to the reef to score on L4. Red team and player keeps making it into the net while blue keeps scoring it into the processor. 74-57 trying to get that rank point, trying to fill all the levels with at least 5 coral. Their team 328 clearing out that reef for them with the algae and then going to score that to get themselves some extra points. So it's kind of a double purpose there. We have 1 minute left in the match with blue at 110 points and red at 62. So we've already broken 110 points. We have 2 out of 3 levels filled on blue because that competition bonus has been engaged because of the amount of algae scored into the processor. So be watching out for that, for the rank point threshold to lower during the match. We have 112-62 still, so we have 328 going and grabbing another algae to continue scoring from off of the field. Some teams have ground intakes, some teams don't. It depends on their design strategy and where they choose to get their game pieces from. In this case, 328 has chosen to get from the ground so that they can score more points even when their reef is completely clear of algae. We are going to hear that sonar ping sound in now, and that is going to be 20 seconds left in the match. We already have 447 lining up to climb to help ensure that they can help their team get that rank point for a deep climb. In fact, you only need 1 deep climb plus a park. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has 2 robots, 74-57 and 17-47, up on their cages. And that is the end of qualification number 31. See our scores for qualification match 31, and it's going to be the Blue Alliance that wins this match with 156 points to Red 72. Quite impressive Blue Alliance. So Super Duper is going to remain in that number 1 spots with their alliance partners 328 and 17-47 moving up to 22 and 31 respectively. We are going to have 5 ranking points, so almost all of the ranking points possible for this match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Don't forget the therapy dogs are out front from 4 to 5. So unless you're allergic to dogs, go pet them because they're adorable.
Let's meet what teams will be joining us in playoff qualifications match 32. Starting off down the road, it's Team 7617.
Joining us from University High School, the Robo Blazers.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's Team 292.
With their robots, Sergeant Joe, Panther Tech.
And wrapping up the friends on this side of the barge, it's Team 3865.
From South Bend, Indiana, the Riley Wildbots.
Making their way under the blue barge, configured with 2 deep cages. Let's meet the teams who set that up, starting with Team 4272.
With their robot Swim Shady, Maverick Robotics.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance is Team 10434.
One of our rookie teams from Fort Wayne, Indiana, Cybears.
And wrapping up the teams for this match, let's introduce Team 10492.
And from Evansville, Indiana, Bossy Bite Force.
Drivers behind the line, match 32 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and with that, we start off our autonomous period. Robots are going for that coral reef for the most part. We see a successful coral on the Blue Alliance. 4272 Maverick Robotics shooting for that level 4. Each of those will be worth 7 points for their alliance. That 3 coral Anton is highly coveted and has been what has pulled some robots ahead in matches. Moving over to Teleop. We see over on the Red Alliance, the Robo Blazers focusing on getting to that coral reef along with their alliance partner Panther Tech and Wiley Wildbots. 10-4-3-4 playing some defense over on the Red Alliance side with 3 robots that have quick coral reef cycle times. This could be key to Blue being able to close the gap between the lead in this match. Right now we have a score of Red 53 to Blue 51. Obviously very close. As we move throughout Teleop, we may see that change with 3 robots trying to score on the coral reef for the Red Alliance, but only 2 attempting to score for Blue. Across the field, we see a lot of focus on coral specifically. That is the higher scoring game piece on average. And there are a lot of different ways to score with there being 4 different levels. Curious to see here as we move throughout the match if the teams are going to focus on getting that coral reef rank point. It seems like 4272 is trying to attempt that. If these teams, without the cooperation bonus, are able to get 5 coral on each of the levels on the coral reef, they will receive an additional rank point, which those 5th and 6th rank points, while hard to get, are key when determining the rankings at this point. 4272 now moving to focus on that barge. Each of those scored by the robot specifically are 4 points. If they move to the processor with the human player, they will then be worth 6. .4272 successfully gets another on level 3. If they're able to cycle and get 5 on level 3, then they only have to focus on level 2 moving forward. However, they're running out of time. That does signal the end game. Panther Tech quickly climbing over to their deep cage. That would be 12 points for their alliance if they're able to ascend. With how close the match is, these climbs are critical. Both Maverick Robotics and the Robo Blazers are climbed. Panther Tech is parked, and unfortunately, the Wildbots are not able to do the same. Let's see how things shake out with final scores. Our scores are ready. And it will be the Blue Alliance swimming to victory with a score of 104-94. What really pulled ahead the Blue Alliance here was that barge scoring. While I didn't see that as a focus for the majority of the match, 42-72 did shift their strategy at the end, and that led to them being successful and victorious in this match. Congratulations to Maverick Robotics, Cybears, and Boss Bite Force.
Let's meet who will be joining us for match 33, starting off with team 4926.
Our current ranked 2 team, Galactic.
Joining them on the center of the alliance is team 6721.
Joining us from Indianapolis, Indiana, the Tindley Trailblazers.
And wrapping up our friends on this side of the field, it's team 1529.
With their robot emu, Cybercards.
With 3 deep cages, let's now meet the Blue Alliance, starting with team 1024.
Our current rank 4 in this competition, Kilobytes.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance station, it's team 7477.
With their robot Conrad Jr. and their goat Conrad Sr., it's the Giddy Goats.
And the last of our friends in this match, unfurling their flag, it's team 71.
From Hammond, Indiana, Team Hammond.
Riders behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Already in, our robots are off. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, both Galactic and Tindley Trailblazers successfully get a coral onto that high level 4. Kilobytes is attempting to do the same, but unfortunately has some accuracy problems with their autonomous period. But they are well lined up going into Teleop to score. Our robots are racing to their coral stations, trying to get that level 4 filled up quickly. Seems to be the overall strat for this event across all teams, each of those being worth 5 points in this teleop period. All 3 of our red robots are trying on the coral reef. Both Tindley and Galactic do that on the 4th level. Over on the blue side of the field, we see Team Hammond and Kilobytes focusing on that level 4 as well, while their alliance partner, the Giddy Goats, are trying to get onto that level 2 climb. Because we see 3 robots trying for that coral, we are seeing a little bit of conflict at the coral station just with the cycle times and making sure that teams are able to coordinate who is getting their coral when. Over on the Red Alliance, Tindley is now focusing on that level 3, probably attempting for that rank point, getting 5 on each of the coral reef levels. We're not seeing much defense in this match, But all three robots on both alliances have quick cycle times for that coral reef. We have a pretty close match right now, 67 to 47. Red Alliance in the lead, but Blue Alliance definitely has time to come back. However, something that we could see stopping the Blue Alliance here is there are a lot of game pieces near their stations. If those game pieces block the robots from being able to line up perfectly against the station, we've seen some accuracy come down from the station area. Kilobytes over on the Blue Alliance along with Giddy Goats trying to get that scored, and they are successful. We're seeing a pretty full coral reef over on the Red Alliance side of the field with game pieces scored on each level. They are, however, with that, only one level, now 2 levels of the way to that rank point, but they have 20 seconds to try and get there. Unfortunately, our Red Alliance robots are not able to score their final coral, but they do move over to the barge zone trying to climb. We will see 2 robots on the Red Alliance attempt to climb. Galactic does so successfully, and so does Kilobytes for the Blue Alliance. Our scores are posted. And swimming to victory will be the Red Alliance with a score of 105 to 76. We're seeing here that the key to the Red Alliance victory was that coral. Being able to get those quick cycle times, all 3 robots focusing on the reef, they were able to pull ahead and pull themselves to victory. Congratulations to Galactic, who stays at rank 2, and then Tinley Trailblazers and Cybercards both moving up in the rankings.
Let's meet the teams playing in match 24. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's team 3936.
From Michigan City, Indiana, Robo Blitz.
Joining them on the Red Alliance in red, it's team 5402.
With their robot, Ruthann, Reckless Robotics.
And wrapping up the friends on this side of the barge, it's team 4485.
With a current rank of 6, Tribe Tech Robotics.
One of our snazziest rookie teams in purple and gold. It's Team 10021.
With a current average rank point of 4.75, Urin Catholic Golden Gears.
Joining them on this alliance is Team 10411.
With their robot General Rufus, G-Code Generals.
And last friend on this side of the barge is Team 3176.
Our current ranked 8 robot, Purple Precision.
Drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Super competitive match we have ahead of us. 4 of our 6 robots in this match are in our current top 10 robots, both vying to keep those spots as we move into our teleop period. Both 3176 and Urin Catholic successfully score on that high coral reef. Urin Catholic already has one lined up for the teleop period. And over on the Red Alliance side of the field, we see RoboBlitz getting one for that level 1. I think they were attempting for a level 4, but any coral is useful at this point in the game. They want to get those rank points. Their alliance partner, TribeTech Robotics, is focusing on that barge. Each of those is 4 points when scored by the robot. If they're able to get it to the processor, it would be worth 6. Over on the blue side of the field, we see 3176 lining up for a level 4 coral shot. And they do so successfully. An additional 5 points for the Blue Alliance. Let's do a score check here. We've got blue with 42, red with 33. There is still a significant amount of time for red to catch up. But those quick cycle times of the coral with both Urin Catholic and Purple Precision may lead to the Blue Alliance victory. TribeTech Robotics continues their strategy of scoring in that barge. Each of those worth 4 points. RoboBlitz is focusing on level 4 as well, and they are lining up to score for the Red Alliance. As you can see, when you get up to that level 4 level, it is difficult for some of our teams to line up their shots correctly, but RoboBlitz does it, and they get an additional 5 points. We have a score check of 71 to 54. Blue Alliance starting to pull ahead a little bit here. 3176 now shifting focus to the level 2. They may be attempting for that Coral Reef rank point. They have significant amounts of coral on each level. 2 of the 4 filled for that rank point, and a 4th on the level 2. They could see some issues here because there is still algae on the coral reef. That can end up blocking some of the coral from being able to get there. TribeTech has filled the red side of the barge with a significant number of algae. I believe I see 9 up there, each of those being worth 4 points. RoboBlitz is trying to score one last coral before reaching the end of the game, and they do so successfully, an additional 5 points for their alliance. We see robots moving over to their cages. Remember, the longer, the more points. Our scores are ready to go. Very close match. Let's see who came out victorious, and it will be the Red Alliance. With a score of 101 to 117. For them, this key really was the algae. TribeTech getting those 10 algae into the barge pulled them ahead, as well as the barge climbing at the end. Congratulations to both alliances, and specifically RoboBlitz, Reckless Robotics, and TribeTech for moving up in the rankings.
Let's meet who will be joining us in match 34. Starting off with our friends right here, it's Team 10-172.
Their robot's name is Fred, the Apex Archers.
Neighboring them on the Red Alliance, it's Team 3487.
Our current ranked 8 team, Red Pride Robotics.
And wrapping up, old friends will meet on this side of the barge, it's Team 3147.
From Munster, Indiana, Munster Horsepower.
Traveling between all 6 of the deep cages, let's meet our friends on the Blue Alliance, starting off with Team 829.
With the robot, the Capricornus, the Digital Goats.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance station, let's meet them, it's 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, the Quadrangles.
And the last of friends we'll see on this match is Team 1646.
One of our host teams, Precision Guessworks.
Drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and start our teleop period. Quadrangles immediately scoring for level 2, but their alliance partners both missed their level 4 shots. However, we do end our autonomous period with a really close score of Blue Alliance 19 to Red Alliance 12. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see 1646 immediately going to one of their coral stations and going for that level 4. Again, a critical strategy for all teams throughout this event. Red Pride Robotics focusing on that algae. It seems like they're trying to get it over to the processor. If they're able to successfully score that with the human player, each of those will be worth 6 points. Their alliance partner, the Apex Archers, are trying to line up and search for that level 1 or level 2 scoring zone. Each of those scored in level 1 will be worth 2 points, and they do so successfully. Over on the blue side of the field, we're seeing a lot of action for all 3 robots. They are all trying for coral. Similar strategy across the entire team. We could see some conflict at each of our load zones for the coral receiving stations, but both Precision Guessworks and Quadrangles successfully score on level 2 and level 3, respectively. Our robots now, with learning out of spots that are without algae, they're going to have to go ahead and switch their strategy to removing the algae so that they can continue scoring those coral and getting those points for their alliance. Red Pride Robotics is struggling to line up their coral shot, as there are some coral right up against the coral reef zone, leading to some potential misalignments. Over on our blue side of the field, we see that due to the cooperation bonus, our Blue Alliance has gotten the Coral Reef rank point. They were able to successfully fill 3 levels with 5 or more coral on each. Seems like they're now shifting their focus to those higher level point values, so at level 4 coral for all 3 robots. Both Digital Goats and Precision Guessworks successfully score. As we move over to the red side of the field, we see Red Pride focusing on that barge. Each of those scored by the robot is worth 4 points for their alliance. At this point, it may be of advantage to teams to focus on robot-scored algae, as depending on the human player can lead to a net loss of 6 points for their team. Both Quadrangles and Digital Goats climb the deep cage early, each gaining an additional 12 points for their alliance if their wheels are off the ground in 3, 2, 1. Our scores are ready to go. And it will be the Blue Alliance victorious today with a score of 153-65. That Coral really pulling them through. They also were able to unicorn this match, meaning they received all 6 rank points. So that's for that Auton, for filling that coral reef, and for climbing the barge with over a certain amount of points, and then the 3 for winning. Congratulations to both alliances.
All right, we are almost ready to start qualification match number 36. So let's go ahead and meet our team. Starting off for Red Alliance, we have team 10493.
From William Henry Harrison High School, Harrison Robo Warriors.
And joining them is team 1029.
From Portage, Indiana, the Prototypes.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, it's team 4982.
With their robot Riptide, Olympus Robotics.
All right, now we are heading over to that Blue Alliance. Starting off with them, we have team 9119.
With their robot Scrappy the Lifeguard, Iron Legends.
And joining them, it's team 971.
With Rock Lobster, Slicer Tech.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, we have team 447.
In their 26th season, Team Roboto.
All right, let's go ahead and start match number 36 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and our robots are off. Over on the Red Alliance, we see the Prototypes really focusing on getting to that reef as quickly as possible. Being able to move robots away from that robot start line really helps with getting that Auton rank point. If they're able to score 1 coral successfully, they receive that. Slicer Tech scores a level 1 coral worth 2 points for their alliance in the teleop period. Over on the Red Alliance, we see our first coral scoring over above at Olympus Robotics, focusing on level 3. While their alliance partner, the Prototypes, focuses on getting the algae out of that reef, allowing them to score additional points more additional points without conflict. Over on the blue side of the field, Roboto and Slicer Tech are both going for some lower level coral, but unfortunately are unsuccessful in scoring. Slicer Tech has shifted their strategy to focusing on the barge. Each of those robot scored barge algae will be worth 4 points. Over on the right side of the field, we're seeing some robot conflict with robots having matching strategies both Olympus Robotics and the prototypes focusing on that algae, we can see a little bit of conflict and them unable to score for the amount of points that they originally want. But with that third algae thrown into the barge, they have reached their Red Alliance phase for cooperation bonus. If the Blue Alliance puts 2 algae through into the barge as well, they will receive. Over on the blue side of the field, we're seeing some defense. Harrison Robo Warriors, instead of shifting focus from scoring Coral to focusing on eliminating Blue's ability to score Coral, we're seeing a little bit of a low-scoring match here with Blue having 49 to Red's 21. The defense here being key to that low score, but the Red Alliance still has time to pull away as we reach this end game with the deep cage climbs. 2 of our robots over on the Blue Alliance are trying to attempt that deep cage climb. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see Team Roboto and Iron Legends both climb. Being able to lift off the ground allows them each getting 12 points for their alliance. Our scores are ready. And it will be the Blue Alliance victorious in this match with scores 69 to 37. That Coral being really key to the Blue Alliance victory, as well as that barge climbing at the end. While only one of those climbs counted, it did push them to victory. Congratulations to Iron Legends, Slicer Tech, and Team Roboto.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 37. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with Team 1747.
From William Henry Harrison High School, Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And joining them, it's Team 4272.
Currently ranked 3 in this competition, it's Maverick Robotics.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, we have Team 1741.
Featuring their robot Monarch, Red Alert.
Making our way to the Blue Alliance, we're starting off with Team 4580.
From Ben Davis High School, the Conductors.
And joining them, it's Team 461.
From West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, Westside Boiler Invasion.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, it's Team 10434.
Featuring their robot Tardigrade, Cybears.
All right, let's start match number 37. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
As we move into this match, 2 of our top 8 robots are competing here. Westside Boiler Invasion and Maverick Robotics trying to keep their top spots here. Westside Boiler Invasion is trying to line up for a level 4 Auton, but they are unfortunately missing those coral that they need for a successful Auton period. Over in the Red Alliance, we move into Teleop with 4 already on that level 4 Coral Reef. 4272 moving focus to the barge. If they're able to clear out their Coral Reef, each of those being an additional 4 points for their alliance, and it will make scoring coral easier throughout the match. Over on the blue side of the field, we see a little bit of conflict here. Cybears and 461 both vying for a spot near that Coral Reef. A little bit of miscommunication could cause some conflict and widen the gap between red and blue scores. Current score check, we've got blue alliance with a score of 6, red alliance with a score of 60 to blue alliance is 14. Still a lot of time for blue to catch up, but both Harrison and Maverick quickly cycling through their coral so that they can fill out that Coral Reef, probably trying for that additional rank point. They already have a 1 out of 4 of those levels filled, level 5, level 4, each of those being worth 5 points. And the more that they score, the more likely they are to have that rank point. They're currently close to finishing up their level 2 coral and are 2 away from finishing up their level 3. Over on the blue alliance side of the field, we are seeing 1741 play some defense against the blue alliance partners. But unfortunately, we need to make sure that robots are not pinning one another in this match. Our blue alliance robots are getting a little bit frantic as we move throughout the match. 3 robots over by the same coral station, potentially causing some conflict for those teams as they move to the Coral Reef area. 1741 is causing some ruckus for those teams. We have a couple penalties for the Red Alliance, but with the sufficient lead that they have, that may not matter by the end of the match. 4272 successfully finishes the level 3 5 coral needed for that additional rank point. They are now at 2 out of 4. I think 3 out of 4 with the level 2 being filled as well. Alrighty, and we know what that sound means. Robots are going to make their way to the middle of the field, over to the barge, attempting to climb their high and deep cages. Both 4580 and 461 attempting to do so for the Blue Alliance, get some additional points for their alliance before the end of the match. But will they climb in 3, 2, 1? We see a successful climb from 1747, but unfortunately, our Blue Alliance teams are unable to rise up. Scores are in. It will be the Red Alliance with a score of 119 to 61. What really pulled through for them is that Coral, both 1747 and 4272's quick cycle times led to their victory. Congratulations to Harrison Boiler Robotics, Maverick Robotics, and Red Alert.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh.
It's on the ground.
Brett, what did they do? God. I can see the floor. That poor carpet.
Wait, there's carpet there? I thought it was just tape.
At this point, it's about to be. Robo-blader!
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 38. Starting off our Red Alliance, we have team 1024.
With the robot shark bite, we have the kilobyte.
And joining them is team 328.
From Penn High School, it's the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, it's team 292.
With the robot Sergeant Joe, it's Panzer Tech.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance, we're starting off it with team 7198.
With their robot Squiddly Diddly, it's Fearsome Gears.
And joining them, it's team 135.
With their robot Johnson, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance is team 7617.
Their robot's name is Firefish, and they are the Robo Blazers.
All right, let's start match number 38. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, we're starting off the match with all 6 robots moving on the field. That's going to get them 2 points each just for moving. And also they're going to get 7 points each for each L4 that they score on this coral reef. Red Alliance already having 1 L4 scored on there. And now we are starting the teleoperated period of the match with 135 primed with a coral. They put it on there on L4 right as the teleoperated period began. 76-17 already starting to clear off some of that algae, attempting to score into the processor so their team can both score on the reef more and so that they can get more points through that processor. Now the one catch is that the red human player will be able to throw it into the net. 135 going up with another coral on L4. That means they already have 4 on L4, so that's just 1 away from fulfilling one of the levels needed for the ranking point. 1024, the kilobytes are over on the red side, grabbing a coral from the coral station. 328, their teammate, grabbing an algae. So both sides seem to have robots working with both game pieces to try and maximize the amount of points. 328 periodically stuck on an algae. 7198 seems to be over there playing some defense. Unfortunately, they have some coral stuck in their robot, but they can still help their team by slowing down the Red Alliance as much as they possibly can. 328 trying to push them out of the way. They are currently battling for some room in front of that processor because that algae is what they are currently trying to score. Red's human player makes it into the net. Blue has a couple into their net as well. 76-17 grabbing another algae, while their teammate 135 goes over and grabs a coral. Now, yes, 135 and 328 are, in fact, from the same school. They are both Penn Robotics. They are different parts of the same named team. 1024 gets a coral out of their robot from being stuck, goes over and gets another coral put into their funnel. We have 30-ish seconds left in the match with Red at 104 points and Blue at 67 points. Red is nearly to where they can get that reef ranking point bonus, And they end up doing that because the cooperation has just been activated because both teams got enough into the processor to be able to activate that. So now red is going to get that ranking point from the amount of coral on each level of the reef. We have teams lining up under the barge zone. We have 1024, 135, 7617 attempting to do their deep climbs. 328 has also parked last minute. That is the end of qualification match 38. All right, let's see our scores for qualification match 38. We have the Red Alliance winning this match with a score of 136 to Blue's 83. Let's see here. So all three red robots are going up in ranking with those 5 ranking points. Autonomous, Reef ranking point, and those 3 winning ranking points. This is going to be different from last year where winning only got 2 ranking points and tying was 1 ranking point. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with 136 points.
Hello, everybody. Just a reminder that our final roundtable of the day is at 5:30 p.m. in the Volunteer Lounge. It will be the LGBTQ plus of First roundtable. We hope to see you there.
All right, everybody. I think it is time to meet our teams for qualification match number 39. I am starting off on the Blue Alliance. And we have team 74-77.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Giddy Goats.
And joining them, it's team 38-65.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's the Riley Wildbots.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have team 10-4-1-1.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the G-Code Generals.
Making our way to the Red Alliance, we're starting off with team 67-21.
From Indianapolis, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
And joining them, it's team 100-1.
From Noblesville, Indiana, we have the Golden Gears.
And rounding off that Red Alliance, we have team 39-36.
They're from Michigan City, Indiana, and their name is the Robo Blitz.
All right, let's get this match started. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefs game.
All right, we have all 6 robots moving around on the field during autonomous period. That is going to get each robot 2 points for moving away from the center line. We have some robots scoring onto the reef on the red side, and 10:21 going over and grabbing another coral in attempt to score 1 more coral before the autonomous period is over so that they can get those extra points. They go back over and grab a coral from the coral station while their teammate scores on L4. They are working together, all 3 of them on the Red Alliance, to score coral, with Tinley Trailblazers going up and aiming at a coral branch also for L4. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 3865 doing the same on their reef. They have 1 coral teetering on the edge. It just fell on, but even if it had stayed at that angle, it still would have counted, because as long as the top of the coral branch is inside that coral, it still counts, as long as it does not fall off of the reef entirely. We have 7477 working to get one onto, it seems like, L2. They might be working towards that rank point to get all 5, or to get 5 coral on each level in order to stay up there in the rankings for Alliance selection. Unfortunately, their partner 10-4-11 is having some issues, but they are working to keep up with Blue at 23 and Red at 75 at 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Let's go over to the Red Alliance and see how they're doing. 5721 is putting some coral on L3. Also, in order to try and get that ranking point, now they're going to L2, while their teammates 10-21 continue to work on L3. 3936 also grabbing some coral, so we have an entire alliance of coral cycling bots, so they are going to be able to get that rank point relatively quickly. Some of the coral cycling bots even have a little arm that sticks out from their mechanism, so they're not truly algae bots, but they are still able to get that algae off of the reef to enable them to score on all 4 levels of that reef. 10-21 scoring another L3 coral. 6721 about to do the same. We have 3865 going over to the barge zone. At 30 seconds left, we have Red at 112 and Blue at 48. Both teams are trying to make progress towards that rank point where we have that sonar ping going off at 20 seconds left in the match. Pretty colors going across the barge zone as some teams stay out to make last-minute scoring. For example, 10-21 grabbing 1 last coral, going over to the reef. And all 3 blue bots are in their barge zone at 5 seconds left. We have 3, 2, 1, and that is qualification match 39.
All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 40. Starting off our Red Alliance, we have team 6721. Sorry.
No, it's not.
We'll try that again. We have team 3494.
That is from Bloomington, Indiana. It's the Quadrangles.
And joining them is team 7457.
They're from Indianapolis. It's Super Duper Robotics.
And joining them is team 9530.
From South Bend, Indiana, we have John Adams Robotics.
Over on our Blue Alliance.
And we also have scores for the last match. It's the Red Alliance. 139 to Blues 60. Congratulations to the Red Alliance with 4 ranking points. And now back to our match intros.
All right. All right, we have team 3487.
From Plainfield, Indiana, we have Red Pride Robotics.
And joining them is team 1529.
From Indianapolis, they are the Cyber Cards.
And rounding off that Blue Alliance, we have team 5402.
From Logansport, Indiana, they are the Reckless Robotics.
All right, let's get match number 40 started. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, swimming into match 40, we have all 6 robots moving on the field. 5402 attempting to score on L4 for 7 points, while Super Duper scores on L4 on the red side for 7 points each until that buzzer goes off. And they did grab another coral, so they will be ready to start scoring again as soon as the teleoperated period begins. They have that handoff right above their coral scoring mechanism, which allows them to grab algae at the same time that they score a coral onto one of the reef branches. 1529 also scoring on a reef branch. They are trying to score on L3, while their teammate 5402 attempts to score on L4. They line up, and 3487 doing the same over there. We have the Red Alliance going over and grabbing some more coral. We have team... We have team 7457 going and grabbing a coral from their coral station. Team 9530 going up and attempting to score on L2, which is going to be worth 3 points. 7457 also scoring on L2 and grabbing a coral and an algae from the reef, scoring into the red net above the barge zone, which is going to give them some more points while they go grab another coral from the coral station. 9530, their teammate, helping them get that rank point by trying to fill all the levels as much as they can with at least 5 coral. We have a minute left in the match with red at 79, blue at 35 points. Red is 2 layers towards getting that coral rank point, so they need to have 5 in each layer. Team 5402 attempting to fill up that L4 level, so they have quite a few coral on that top level currently. That's 6 coral up there out of the 12. 3487 trying to get a 7th. And those are going to be worth 5 points each now in the match. It goes down 5, 4, 3, 2 as you go from L4, L3, L2, and L1. L1 also known as the trough. The trough is a lot harder to score on because that coral needs to be horizontal as opposed to being positioned vertically to be scored onto the pegs or the branches of the reef. We have 20 seconds left, so you're going to hear that sound. And then the robots are going to either stay out and continue scoring, depending on their strategy, or if they need more time, they're going to go line up for the climb. We have deep cages, which are lower, and shallow cages, which are higher. The deep cages are going to get teams more points, so a lot of teams will elect to have that hung deeper in exchange for a higher difficulty. Super Duper gets off the ground right as the match ends, so that's the end of qualification match 40. Let's get ready to see our scores for qualification match 40. The alliance that's going to win is going to be the Red Alliance. We have 110 to 91, so a very close match with both scores being pretty close to 100. We have a 6 RP match, which is also referred to as a unicorn match. That is the maximum amount of rank points, and it is very difficult to get. So Super Duper currently retaining their spot in the first seed, 34-94 moving up to 4th, 95-30 moving up to 41st. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
We am talking. I'm not hearing anything. We am talking to myself. All right, we have the LGBTQ roundtable going on right now in the volunteer room. So if you would like to visit the LGBTQ plus roundtable, make sure to visit the volunteer room.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 41. We're going to start off with our Red Alliance with team 10492.
From Benjamin Bossy High School, it's Bossy Bite Force.
And joining them on the Red Alliance, it's team 9431.
From our Nelson Snyder High School, we have Gold Standard.
And rounding off our Red Alliance is team 10172.
From Southside High School, they're the Apex Archers.
We are heading over to our Blue Alliance. And starting us off, it's team 71.
From the Hammond Area Career Center, we have Team Hammond.
And joining them, it's team 7657.
From the New Tech Institute, we have the Thunderbots.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, it's team 3147.
From Munster High School, we have Munster Horsepower.
All right, let's go ahead and start match number 41. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Let us begin match 41 with all 6 robots moving and getting 2 points for their lines during the autonomous period. We have all the robots attempting to score with 5 seconds left in the match. Some robots going back and trying to get more coral from their coral station. We have 9 and 9 for blue and red. So let us see how this match continues to shake out as 9431 grabs a coral from their coral station. Their teammate, 10492, going over and scoring on L1, which is going to be worth 2 points during the teleoperated period. 9431 grabbing another coral from their coral station, 10172 trying to do the same. You'll notice that there are a couple different ways of feeding the coral into the robot, so some will have to feed it down lengthwise because their robot is more built to score on the rungs of the reef or the branches. And some robots will actually take it widthwise and it'll roll into the robot more like a funnel, and then they will be able to roll it out of the robot onto L1. Let's see how Blue Alliance is doing. We have 3147 going up and scoring, attempting to score and making it on the L3 branch of the reef. We have 7657 going and gathering a coral from their coral station. Team 71 picking an algae off of this reef to help them and their teammates score more. 10492 over on the blue side. That means they are likely playing defense to help slow the Blue Alliance down. They go back over to their side briefly so that and then they drive back under the cages. Those cages can be very heavy, so that means the robot's pretty durable to be able to do that. We have 45 seconds left in the match, with blue at 44 and red at 29. So red can still definitely catch up if they get about 15 more points in this match and lower that gap between the alliances. So 3147 scoring another on L2 this time, so that's going to be worth about 3 points. 71 grabbing another coral. So it seems the blue side and the red side are both cycling coral and only using the algae to get it off of the reef. So coral is the main goal for both of these alliances. You're going to start to see robots drive over to the barge zone, where they're going to try and hang off of those cages, those structures down underneath the netting up top. So we have all 5 of the 6 robots trying to get over to the barge zone. 71 stayed out to try and score a little more at the end of qualification match 41. Let's see our scores for qualification match 41. And here they come. And here they come. And it's the Blue Alliance that wins the match. It's 65 to Red's 42. All 3 blue robots are going to move up in the rankings with 3 ranking points. 42 for Red, still doing a solid number on that coral. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Let's meet who will be joining us for our next qualification match. Starting off with Team 4485.
Their robot's name is Nessie, short for the Loch Ness Monster. It's Tribe Tech Robotics.
Joining them on the Red Alliance is Team 1646.
From Jefferson High School right here in Lafayette, we have Precision Guessworks.
And wrapping up our friends on this side of the barge, it's 3176.
From Brownsburg High School, it's Purple Precision.
Going against them on the Blue Alliance, let's start off Team 4926.
With their robot Whale Shark, we have Galactic.
Their alliance partner, it's 829.
Their robot's name is the Capricornus, and they are the Digital Goats.
And wrapping up the teams, we'll invite it's Team 6956.
It's Mac, their robot, and it's Shamrock Botics, the team.
Riders behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Let's start off match 42. We once again have all 6 robots moving towards their reefs in an attempt to score, and they've already gotten 2 points just by moving. Good job, programmers. 49-26 scoring on L4. Their teammates attempting to help them do the same while the buzzer goes off. We have blue at 30 and red at 9 points, but of course it's still anybody's game with over 2 minutes left in the match. So team 829 and 6956 attempting to score on the same side of the reef, trying to stack up that L4 row, which is going to be now 5 points each. In auto, it was 7 points each. So a 2-point difference for Autonomous versus Taliop. 44-85 seems to be scoring up into the net, and they seem to be going and grabbing some more algae. So it seems that the Red Alliance has a strategy that involves both game pieces, which can sometimes be more efficient for teams trying to both score and get algae off of the reef at the same time, because that helps them to score. 44-85 also picking up off the ground to help their teammates earn some extra points, as some robots are not able to pick up off the ground. Team 1646, meanwhile, is over grabbing some coral from the coral station. 3176 doing the same. Both are attempting to fill up the different layers of their reef, possibly trying to get that rank point for the 4 different layers of their reef, having at least 5 each. 829 doing the same over on the blue side with an L3 score that's going to be worth 4 points in Teleop. 6956, 4926, both going over to their reef and doing the same thing. It seems that the Blue Alliance robots are all cycling coral in an attempt to fill up their reef as fast as possible. 98-89, blue to red. We have 50 seconds left in this match. We are less than 10 points. Actually, we're tied now. We are tied for the match, so it could be literally anybody's game at this point. 44-85 going over to the red zone to try and score into the processor. They go back over to their side, and the human player throws it up into the net. 44-85 grabbing some more algae and continuing to try and score into the processor. 69-56 and 49-26 grabbing some more coral, but then they hear that Sodar, and they are going to go over to the barge zone to give themselves as good a chance as possible as getting up onto those cages and getting that rank point, because every rank point can matter in these games. We have 49-26 off of the ground at the buzzer. 69-56 going over to the barge zone along with their partners 829. That is the end of qualification match 42. It is close. All right, let's see who won qualification match 42. It is the Blue Alliance. I hear some cheers from the crowd. Let's see the scores. It's 151 to 144, so less than 10 points. And it is Coral that won the match, with the Blue Alliance getting 5 rank points for each team. That is going to either move them up or, in the case of Galactech, secure them into the second spot. However, Red not walking away with nothing. They still get that reef rank point with 144 points total. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning this match.
Let's meet which teams we'll see in match 43. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 4272.
Featuring their robot Swim Shady, Maverick Robotics.
Joining them on the center of the Red Alliance station, it's Team 292.
From Western High School in Rushville, Indiana, Panther Tech.
And wrapping up the friends in this match, it's Team 9071.
And their robot Rock Lobster, Slicer Tech.
Making our way over to their opponents on the Blue Lion station, it's Team 1741.
From Center Grove High School, Red Alert.
Joining them in the center of the Blue Alliance, it's Team 9119.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, Iron Legends.
And wrapping up the friends, we'll meet in this match, it's Team 328.
With their robot System of a Down, Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
Drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Already, and our robots are off. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see 1741 quickly scoring on that level 4 for their alliance. Over on the red, we see Maverick Robotics and Panther Tech doing the same. Mavericks has a super impressive three coral Auton. Unfortunately, they missed that last one, but between them and Panther Tech, that is over 20 points for their alliance going into the teleop period. Currently, we have a really close score of red 30 to blue 28. Obviously, it's anybody's game here. It really just depends on how quick these teams can cycle those algae and coral. Seems like over on the Blue Alliance, we've got a mix of strategy here. 1741 focusing on coral, while their alliance partners are focusing on algae. Over on the Blue Alliance, they have gotten two algae into the processor area and up into the barge, stored by the human player. They are just waiting on the Red Alliance to do the same so they can maybe get that cooperation bonus, making it easier to get that coral reef rank point. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see a continuation of getting that level 4 coral. 1741 is really the one focusing on this while their alliance partners focus on algae. And over on the Red Alliance, we see an almost completely full level 4 from both of these teams, from 4272 and Panther Tech scoring up on there. Maverick Robotics is now focusing on that level 3, maybe attempting for that rank point as well. It would be easier for both alliances, however, if the Red Alliance went for that cooperation bonus and eliminated a level needed for that rank point. Over here on the blue side, Iron Legends is attempting to get a coral into their robot. But with the amount of coral on the field, all teams are really struggling with the traffic, trying to make sure that their mechanisms or their alignment of the coral isn't messed up by the elements on the field. Both Maverick and Panther Tech are focusing on level 4 and level 3 coral, each of those adding an additional 4 and 5 points for their alliance respectively. We have a really high scoring match here of 141 on the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is 127. As we move into climbing these cages, we will see some of our robots transcend and potentially switch up the scoring of this match. Iron Legends is able to successfully ascend for the Blue Alliance, and 4272 does the same for Red. Scores are in. It was a close one, so let's see who comes out victorious. It'll be the Red Alliance with a score of 159 to 145. Over on the Red Alliance, the key things leading to their victory were their fast coral cycle times and the ability to have 42.72 climb at the end of the game. Unfortunately, Iron Legends climb did not count, leading to a little bit of a larger deficit in the scoring. Congratulations to Maverick Robotics, Panther Tech, and Slicer Tech. In addition, they did receive 5 rank points, just one shy of that unicorn. They were unable to fill all 4 levels on the Coral Reef.
Let's meet our teams for match 44, starting with our team 4982.
Featuring their robot Riptide, Olympus Robotics.
Joining them on the center of this alliance, it's team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, Team Roboto.
And wrapping up with the friends, we'll meet on this side of the barge, it's team 7617.
With their robot Firefish, Robo Blazers.
Making our way through all the deep cages, Blue Lions are set up. Let's meet them now, starting off with 3865.
From South Bend, Indiana, the Riley Wildbots.
Neighboring them on the Blue Alliance is Team 1024.
With the robot Sharkbite, the Kilobytes.
And the 6th team we'll see in this match, it's Team 4580.
And their robot, the Ocean Express, the Conductors.
Drivers behind the line, match 44 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, everybody, we have this match kicked off here. Over on the Red Alliance, we see Team Roboto and their Auton focusing on getting an algae up into the barge. While they were unsuccessful, clearing the barge does help their alliance later in the matches, being able to score their coral quicker. Or in the Blue Alliance, we see a level 4 and a level 2 algae scored. That in Auton will be 4 and 7 points respectively. Moving into our teleop period, the Robo Blazers are off, and they immediately score on that level 4 on the reef zone. That will be 5 points for their alliance. Seems like their alliance partner, Team Roboto, is focusing on the lower levels of the coral reef, while Robo Blazers are focusing on the upper. Over on our blue side of the field, the Riley Wildbots are focusing on the level 4 coral, along with their alliance partner, Kilobyte. They've already filled about half of the coral reef. If they move on to the other levels, they could get that additional rank point, or they can keep scoring and or if they continue scoring on level 4, they would be going for that higher score, focusing more on obviously winning, but also just getting that level 4 completely filled. Both Kilobytes and the Riley Wildbots are having a little bit of a struggle lining up and getting their coral on quickly. We're seeing Red have some faster cycle times as we get deeper into the match, starting to match the level of coral on the reef that we're seeing on the Blue Alliance, closing the scoring. Right now we have a score of Blue 58 to Red 37. It is still anybody's game here. As we move forward, RoboBlazers gets another on the level 4 coral. Over here, their alliance partners, Olympus Robotics, are focusing on stopping the Riley Wildbots from being able to score on the coral reef. By minimizing the amount of cycle times, we've now closed the lead from Blue to about 16 points. Roboto over on the Red Alliance is struggling a little bit to align their coral, but they successfully get an additional 4 points by scoring onto level 3. RoboBlazers follows in suit on level 4. The conductors seem to have some trouble on the blue side of the field, but their alliance partners are definitely helping and making sure that the alliance is able to stay in the lead. Olympus Robotics, while the end of the match is happening, is preventing Riley Wildbots from not only scoring their coral, but also getting into the barge zone. The Kilobytes are trying to score on that deep cage. Remember, the longer the chain, the higher the gain. So that'll be worth 12 points in comparison to the shallow cage's 6. Team Roboto successfully completes a deep climb along with Kilobytes and RoboBlazers. It's a pretty close match. Let's see how things shake out in final scores. Scores are ready. The Blue Alliance will come out victorious on this match. With a score of 97-91, super close score. And really what drove them to victory was that coral. Being able to consistently cycle that for their alliance really led to a victory for them. Congratulations to the Riley Wildbots, Kilobytes, and Conductors.
When CJ comes up, you just put it on his driver's station laptop on the keyboard.
Let's meet who's playing in qualification match 45. Starting off with our friends here, it's 34-94.
Hoping to keep their ranked 4, it's the Quadrangles.
Joining then on the center of the alliance, it's Team 1747.
A local team from West Lafayette, Indiana, Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And wrapping up the friends on this side of the bar, it's 34-87.
Celebrating their 15th season, Red Pride Robotics.
Making our way safely over to the Blue Alliance station, let's meet them. It's Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, the Tindley Trailblazers.
Joining them on the center of the alliance, it's Team 10493.
In their rookie season, the Harrison Robo Warriors.
And wrapping up our teams for this match, it's Team 9530.
With their bot, Sillybot, John Adams Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, Qualls 45 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Alrighty, and just like that, our robots are off. Tinley Trailblazers over on the Blue Alliance, attempting and successfully making a level 4 score in Auton. 7 points for their Alliance. Red Pride Robotics and Quadrangles focusing on the Coral Reef for Red. Red Pride successfully gets one on level 2, and Quadrangles gets one successfully on level 3. Over on our Red Alliance, we see Harrison Boiler Robotics going for a level 4 Coral and successfully completing that for their Alliance. Also on over on the Red Alliance side, 10493 is focusing on defense this match, really trying to stop 1747, who has that high and quick cycle time for the Coral, from scoring. Right now we have a score of Red 39 to Blue 16. While we still have a lot of time to close that gap, the Harrison Robo Warriors defense could be crucial here in securing their victory. Over on the Blue Alliance, the Tinley Trailblazers are focusing on that higher level Coral. The more points they can get for their team here and close that lead, the better. Their alliance partner, John Adams Robotics, is focusing on level 2 Coral. Each of those worth 3 points. We are seeing some defense over here on this side, but the Quadrangles and Red Pride Robotics are also quickly cycling that Coral. There's only so much the Blue Alliance can do here to defend against 3 consistently scoring Coral robots. Right now, the Red Alliance has 1 of 4 levels on the Coral Reef completed for the rank point. Remember, they need to each have 5 Coral on a level to get that level finished. We are currently still awaiting on scoring for the level 2, but I think they just got that. And then level 3, which currently have 2. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we're seeing a half full level 4. Each of those worth 5 points, scored mostly by the Tinley Trailblazers, while their alliance partners, John Adam Robotics, focuses more on that level 2 scoring. As we move closer to the end of the match, there is still time for both teams to score, closing the gap between blue and red. But 1747 teams lined up quickly for their climb at the end of this match. And you know what that means? Robots can ascend. 1747 is attempting here, and as we move over to the end of the match, we see the deep cage and the shallow cage used by both alliances, Quadrangles and 1747, attempting to climb for red. Let's see how things shake out in final scores. Scores are finalized. And it will be the Red Alliance to win a victory with a score of 113 to 56. Again, the Coral Reef strat that we're seeing from a lot of those teams is the key here. In addition to that, their barge and ability to climb have really helped as well. Over in the Red Alliance, congratulations to Quadrangles, Red Pride Robotics, and Harrison Boiler Robotics. Not only did they finish this match, they also got a unicorn, meaning they got all 6 possible rank points. They were able to fill each level of the Coral, get the necessary amount of climb points, all move off the robot starting line in Auton, and win the match. Congratulations to both alliances.
Let's meet which teams will be playing in match 46. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 4502.
With their robot Ruth and Reckless Robotics.
Neighboring them on that alliance, let's meet 4777.
With their goat mascot Conrad Sr., the Giddy Goats.
And wrapping up the folks we'll see on this side of the barge, it's Team 3147.
Roll Stangs, Monster Horsepower.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance. They've got their flag ready. Let's meet them. It's Team 3936.
From Michigan City High School, Robo Blitz.
Joining them on the center of their alliance station, it's 10172.
Celebrating their rookie season, the Apex Archers.
And wrapping up the teams we'll meet in this match. Let's meet them. It's 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, Penn Robotics Black Knights.
Drivers behind the line, match 46 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Our robots are off. Over on the Blue Alliance, 10172 scores one immediately into level 1, followed by their alliance partner, Penn Robotics, into level 2. Penn Robotics attempts, but unfortunately misses in level 4 as well. But they will still get the rank point for all robots moving off of that starting line. Monster Horsepower immediately picks up a coral from their Coral Reef station, trying to get that into their Coral Reef, while their alliance partner, 5402, focuses on getting the algae out of the Coral Reef to open it up for their alliance partners to score. Giddy Goat scores the second coral for the Red Alliance on level 3, getting them an additional 4 points. We're not seeing much defense this match. Kind of separate between the Blue and Red Alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, we're seeing a little bit quicker cycle times in the teleop period. 135 scoring, or hoping to score on level 4 for an additional. Unfortunately, it does miss, but it would have been an additional 5 points for their alliance. Currently, we have scores of the Red Alliance 42 to the Blue Alliance 23. Still time for the Blue Alliance to come back here. But 5402 quickly cycling on that level 4 is what may lead the Red Alliance to their eventual victory here. The Giddy Goats, their alliance partner, focusing on those lower level coral, maybe looking for that rank point. We'll see as strategy moves throughout the match. 1 minute left to play. Penn Robotics Black Knight successfully scores a coral on that level 4. That is their third as an alliance. Robo Blitz does the same. With 2 quickly scored level 4 coral, we see the match lead close to about 12 points. Red Alliance still up, but Blue Alliance has time to come back here. Giddy Goat scoring on a level 3, and 5402 quickly doing the same on the level 4 for the Red Alliance. Both Giddy Goats and 5402 have a quick cycle time, which could lead to their victory here. But now we move into the end game. Robots are going to move to those cages in the middle of the field, hoping to have a deep or shallow ascent here. The deep being 12 points for their alliance, and the shallow being 6. Over in the Red Alliance, we see both Giddy Goats and Reckless Robotics attempting to get to those deep cages, and 5402 unfortunately does not climb. Scores are in for our previous match. It's gonna be the Red Alliance swimming to victory here with a score of 87-60. Their coral and the penalties received by the Blue Lions are really what led to their victory here. Each team received that autonomous rank point, and then Red received 3 additional rank points for winning the match. Congratulations to Reckless Robotics, Giddy Goats, and Monster Horsepower. Okay, also, last call for event shirts today. The table is closing in less than 15 minutes. Make sure you go ahead and get your event shirts. They look fabulous this year. Some awesome tie-dye, some awesome fish patterns. Make sure to go over there. Thank you, guys.
Let's meet our friends for match 47. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 7657.
With their robot Superbot, the Thunderbots.
Joining them on the center of the Red Alliance station, let's meet them. It's 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, Purple Precision.
And wrapping up our friends, we'll see over here, it's 1529.
From Southport High School, the Cyber Cards.
Making our way over to the Blue Line station, let's meet them over here. It's Team 461.
Winning the Impact Award of the Mishawaka event, Westside Boiler Invasion.
Neighboring to them on the Blue Alliance is Team 4485.
Driving their robot Nessie, Tribe Tech Robotics.
And wrapping up our teams for this match, it's Team 71.
With their robot, the Beast, Team Hammond.
Drivers behind the line, Qualls 47 in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Already, our robots are off. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see 4485 and 461 both attempting to score on that level 4 Coral Reef. 461 is successful with 2 Coral. And over on the Red Alliance side of the field, 3176 successfully scores a level 4 coral for their alliance, gaining them an additional 7 points. Going into our teleop period, we have a close score of blue 23 to red 22. Those fast cycle times are really going to make or break our scores for this match. Over on our blue lines, we have 2 of our top 10 robots trying to vie for try to continue being highly ranked in this event. Red's pulling ahead a little bit with the lead, though, 40 to 27. A lot of that is due to the Thunderbots and 3176 getting those level 4 coral. Currently having a 5 and 5 on their reef, but continuously fast cycle times from all teams on that alliance. Blue is trying to pull ahead, but is struggling a little bit. Tribetech Robotics is focusing on algae in the barge. They are scoring robots with the robot, meaning that each of them will be 4 points. 461 scores successfully on that level 4, getting an additional 5 points for their alliance. Hammond is picking up a coral as well for the Blue Alliance side of the field. They are hoping to try and catch up to the Red Alliance with a 12-point lead on them currently, 65 to 53. 3176 lines up and successfully scores an additional coral. They almost have the entire level 4 full. I believe they're missing 4. If they can get that, they might be able to pull away with the lead for this match. However, we are now seeing a close match. Only a tie between the 2 alliances currently. As we move into the end of the match, it is crucial for robots to pick up those quick cycle times. And we are seeing the Thunderbots start to focus on defense. Both 71 and 4485 are being affected by this. Instead of focusing on working with one specific robot, they are defending one of the stations, preventing 71 from being able to pick up. And with that, we will see robots move to the barge and try to climb onto the cages. Both 3176 and 461 are attempting to do that for their alliances. Each will get 12 points. They need their alliance partners to come and help shake out the leads. 3176 successfully climbs along with 461. It's a close match. Let's see how things shake out. Alrighty, currently we see a 5-point difference between our alliances here. It'll be the Red Alliance victorious in qualification match number 47 with a super close score of 104 to 99. That coral really pulling ahead for the Red Alliance. They're just consistent cycle times really helping them there. Congratulations to teams 7657, 3176, and 1529. In addition, they also received 5 ranking points, both for their autonomous, their barge climb, and winning the match. In addition to posting the score for 47, we have to repost the score for 46 here. It'll be the Red Alliance for qualification match 46. 87 to 60. Same score, but we forgot to assign a rank point for one of our teams. That barge climbing rank point is in addition to the previous 4 rank points that the Red Alliance had. last call for t-shirts, last call for t-shirts. Remember, they have some fantastic designs at this event. Brenna is over here showing off hers. Got some cool tie-dye with some cool ocean symbolism and stuff. You should go check out the table. Thank you.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and meet our teams for this match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance side, we have Team 6956.
Currently ranked 10 in this event, Shamrock Botics.
Next up, we have Team 10492.
In their rookie season, Bossy Bite Force.
And last but not least, we have Team 1646.
From Jefferson High School, Precision Guessworks.
Let's go over to the blue side, and we're going to start off with Team 7457.
One of our event winners at Mishawaka, Super Duper Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 9431.
With their Robot Crush, Gold Standard.
And last up, we have Team 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, the Digital Goats.
All right, let's get ready to start qualification match 48. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Already, robots are off in our autonomous period. Precision Guesswork scoring over on the Red Alliance on a level 4. Super Duper doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Super Duper is one of our two teams of this event that has a pretty consistent, successful level 4 3 Coral Auton. Each of those will be 7 points for their alliance. Moving over to the right side of the field, Shamrock Botics immediately lines up and successfully scores a level 4 Coral, getting an additional 5 points for their alliance. Precision Guessworks does the same. 7457, and now focusing on that barge, each of those scored by the robot will be 4 points for their alliance. Robots have two strategies there. They can either score with the robot directly, or they can go to the processing area, and each of those scored by the human player throwing it and shooting it into the barge will be worth 6 points. However, they do depend on the human player there for that, and if they miss, it's a lot of lost points. Over on the Red Alliance, we see a pretty full level 4 Coral here, only really missing 4 on that level. And Shamrock Botics and Precision Guessworks quickly looking to fill those. Their alliance partner, 10492, focusing on level 1. Each of those worth 2 points. And as we move later into the match and further into the competition, getting that rank point on the Coral Reef can be crucial when moving into alliance selection. We're seeing a pretty full Coral Reef over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. They are 1 level away from receiving their Coral Reef rank point. Level 1, both the Digital Goats, Super Duper, and Snyder are all working on that here. A little bit of conflict, though. We are seeing Snyder having a little bit of difficulty getting that Coral onto the reef, but even those misses really do help their alliance because those will score on level 1 and get them closer to that rank point, which they now successfully have. Currently, we have a score of 112 to 84, moving into 30 seconds left in the match. Still something the Red Alliance can come back from, both Shamrock Botics and 10492 getting their last Coral scored. Precision Guessworks doing the same. Alrighty, and Shamrock Botics is going for that last missing Coral on the level 4 for their alliance. And unfortunately, they do miss, but over on the Blue Alliance, we see the Digital Goats and Super Duper climb an additional 12 points each for their alliance, and that could set them apart in this match. Okay. Scores are going up. And for qualification match 48, the Blue Alliance is swimming to victory here. A score of 149 to 95. Filling up that coral reef and climbing in the barge really helped them here. Congratulations to Super Duper staying at ranked 1 at this event, Snyder and the Digital Goats. In addition to that, they did receive a unicorn match here, getting all 6 rank points. They were able to have all robots move out that starting line and score 1 coral successfully in Auton. Able to fill all 4 levels of that coral reef with at least 5 coral, and were able to receive at least 16 points in the barge and win the match. Congratulations to both alliances.
Let's get ready to meet our teams for qualification match 49. First up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 10029. From Portage, Indiana, it's the Prototypes. Next up, we have Team 10411. From Wayne High School, it's G-Code Generals. And third, we have Team 10434. From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Cybers. First up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7198. From Monticello, Indiana, it's TL Fearsome Gears. Next up, we have Team 10021. In their rookie season, it's the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears. And third, they are out of this world. They are Team 4926. With the robot White Shark, it's Galactic. Let's get this match started. It's qualification 49, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, rescape. Immediately, all 6 of the bots have moved on the field. They all have the opportunity to get that ranking point. The Blue Alliance has already got it with 4926 successfully placing one of those corals on the 4th level. And their alliance partners, 121, are preloaded with one of those corals going into the tail-up period. So they're able to line that up and place it onto the reef. 4926 follows up, unfortunately unsuccessfully placing a coral. That's okay, they go back to their coral station and try again. Going over to the red side, it looks like we pretty quickly have a blue bot over here playing defense. The teams are scrambling around the blue bot, trying to place as much coral. It looks like we're going for L1 coral right now, and 129 are de-algifying that reef, taking some of those teal algae balls off and trying to push them to the other side of the field. 10-4-1-1 is attempting to get one of those corals from their human player station. They're having a little bit of difficulty due to some coral smashed up against the side of that wall. Let's see if they can overcome this and the defense from 7198 over on the Red Alliance. 7198 is doing a pretty good job of blocking the Red Alliance from getting to that left coral station. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have two of our robots playing offense, trying to get as many coral as possible on the reef. 4926 Galactic is doing a pretty good job of doing some fast cycles, picking up some of those coral from the human player station, taking it over to that reef, lining it up, and placing it onto those rungs. Their alliance partner, 100-1, are also joining them on that side of the field. They're placing coral on the L1, slowly depositing it between those lips of the reef. It looks like 100-9 are going for climbing onto that cage. It looks like they are almost up off the field. We have just over 10 seconds left. Let's see if any other robots decide to climb on those cages. Looks like 10-4-3-4 making their way over, and so are the other bots. There's 1 second left. And we got 2 robots parked and 3 parked on the Red Alliance. Congratulations to those teams for their hard work. All right, let's take a look at the results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 74-41. They had 57 points in the coral category versus the Red Alliance 20, really putting them ahead. That makes 49-26 keep their second place spot as we're heading into the end of the day matches, and allows 7198 to move up into the ranks to the 29th position. All 4 of those teams, or all 3 of those teams on the Blue Alliance got 4 ranking points for that match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. All right, I do have a quick announcement about the stands before we introduce our teams for the next match. A quick reminder, there is no seat saving in the stands. You must remove all of your team's items from the stands before you exit the venue today. Again, please do not save seats overnight. You must remove all items from the stands when you exit the venue today.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match 50. Can you believe
50 matches. All right, so starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 328.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Pin Robotics Golden Rooks.
Next up, we have Team 10493.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Harrison Robo Warriors.
All right, last up on the red side, it's Team 4272.
With the robotics, Swim Shady, it's Maverick Robotics.
Starting us off on the Blue Alliance side, we have Team 1024.
With the robot Shark Bite, it's Kilobytes.
Next, we have Team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And last, it's Challenge. It's 1741.
Their robot Monarch, it's Red Alert.
All right, let's kick off qualification match 50. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, swim!
All right. Looks like most of the robots on the field are up and moving. 1741 has immediately grabbed one of those coral from their player station, joined by their alliance partner 1024, successfully placing one of those corals on L4. 4272 over on the Red Alliance has successfully placed 3 of those coral during their autonomous period, putting them at a little bit of an advantage over the Blue Alliance going into the teleop. 447 successfully immediately picks up one of those algae from the ground, placing it into their processor. That allows the Red Alliance's human player to throw that into the net above the barge. 1741 is playing defense over on the Red Alliance. They're pretty gruesome with the defense. It looks like we got some robot parts on the field. They're trying to prohibit those robots from getting the coral from their coral station, really slowing down the Red Alliance when getting points on that reef. Right now, it looks like 1741 is trying to block the processor, prohibiting 328 from scoring the algae. Part of the Red Alliance's defense or strategy prior to 1741 kind of coming in and interrupting that. Over on the Blue Alliance, let's see what they're up to. It looks like we have 10493 not exactly moving, but still in the way of the 447 trying to pick up coral from their station and place it on the reef. 1024 are doing some rapid cycles from their human player station to the reef and up on that L4. They first de-algify that reef, getting the algae from in between those brackets. 328 is back to getting algae over on the Red Alliance. They're fighting with 1741, trying to place it in their processor. They finally get through as 1741 is trying to block Maverick from that station, really hindering the ability of the Red Alliance to play offense. We have under 20 seconds left now. Robots are going to scramble to the middle of the field, trying to climb up onto those cages. Looks like Maverick has ascended. We have 5 seconds left. One robot up on the Blue Alliance. 2, 1. That's 2 robots up on the Blue Alliance, 1 parked on the Blue Alliance, 1 parked on the Red Alliance, and 1 on the up on the Red Alliance. All right, that was a close match. Let's look at the results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. Winning with the score of 109 to 106. What a close match. The Red Alliance takes home 5 ranking points from that match, moving 42-72 up into that second place position and 328 up into the 12th place position. They came through barely on that algae section. And in the autonomous period, congratulations to the Red Alliance for winning qualification match number 50.
Okay, to keep things going swimmingly, we're going to go ahead and start our team intros for this next match. First off, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tindley Trailblazers.
Next up, we have Team 7617.
With the robot Firefish, it's the Robo-Blazers.
And third, we have Team 7477.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Giddy Goats.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3147.
From Munster, Indiana, it's Munster Horsepower.
Next up, we have Team 9530.
From South Bend, Indiana, it's John Adams Robotics.
And last but not least, we have Team 292.
From Rushville, Indiana, it's Panther Tech.
All right, let's get qualification 51 started. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
All 6 of those robots are off, and it looks like we have one robot on each side of the field that are trying to get some coral onto that reef. 3147 attempts to get one from their human player station, and 7617 has 2 of those coral on that reef in the L4 and 1 in L1. 292 successfully placed one of those coral right off the bat after the bell on that L4 of the Blue Alliance reef. 9530 is going for L2 on the Blue Alliance reef as well. Their alliance partner 3147 are getting some of those algae off the reef, so they're able to place those coral more successfully. Let's head over to the Red Alliance. We have Team 6721, the Tinley Trailblazers, making some nice cycles back and forth from their coral station to their reef. 7617 are doing the same, along with their third alliance partner, 7477. Right now, the Red Alliance almost has half of their L4s on their reef full, with a couple other corals scattered about. It looks like 7477 are focusing on some of those lower levels of the reef. They're probably going for the strategy of getting that ranking point of having 5 coral on each level of the reef. Over on the Blue Alliance, they're working on every level as well. We have 3 on L2, 1 on L3, and a lot on L4. Every one of those coral on L4 are 5 points for the Alliance. 9530 are making its way back from their human player coral station and placing it their third on L3. Over on the Red Alliance, we are still scrambling back and forth, trying to fill up that reef as much as possible. Tinley Trailblazers are now working with 7617 to fill up that middle level of the reef. That sound means teams are going to start climbing onto those cages in the middle of the field. We have just over 5 seconds left in the match. 7617 is attempting to climb up. 3, 2, 1. It looks like 2 robots in the Blue Alliance are parked and 3 on the red. Everyone, please give a huge round of applause for these teams' hard work. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at those results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, winning with a score of 108-88. This moves all three of those teams on the Red Alliance up in ranks as they got 4 ranking points for that match. They beat them by just a bit in the Coral section, beating them with 93-75 and a couple more points in the Barge. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Without any further ado, let's dive into the next match. All right, first up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4485.
From Danville, Indiana, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
In our second red station, we have Team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
And third up, we have Team 1529.
From Southport High School, it's the Cyber Cards.
Next, we have Team 4982.
With the robot Riptide, it's Olympus Robotics.
In the middle station, we have Team 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
And third, we have Team 1747.
From close to here, West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Up qualification 52 in 3, 2, 1, recycle.
All right, all of our robots are off, starting off this match strong. It looks like Purple Precision successfully gets one of those Coral onto their L4. 3490 for the Quadrangles successfully get 2 of those Corals onto L3 and already have an algae to taken off the reef as we started to tell you up. 1747 goes immediately for a L4 Coral on the top of their reef, followed up by 3176, their alliance partners, trying to fill up that L4 prongs as fast as possible. The Quadrangles for their alliance are keeping on to fill up their side of the Coral, while 4485 works on filling up that barge net. Looks like on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4982 scoring some of that algae into the processor. They carefully pick up one of those algae from the ground, place it back into the processor. We'll see if the human player can make a couple points for the Red Alliance. It looks like Purple Precision successfully places another Coral onto L4 for the Blue Alliance. Only 3 left to put onto L4 for the Blue Alliance. Over on the Red Alliance, 3494 are filling up those lower levels of the reef as their alliance partners 4485 go and place some of those algae up into the barge. Those lights are lit up, so it looks like we have met that cooperation. That means that only 3 pieces are needed on each level to get that ranking point. 4982 are keep on placing some of those algae into the processor. 3176 are picking up some of those coral from the ground, putting it onto L3. They're trying as fast as possible to get those ranking points. Right now it is 109-97, pretty high scoring right now. There's 15 seconds left in the match. Teams are gonna try and get onto those cage. 3494 is successful, 1529 is successful, 5 seconds left. Can the Blue Lions get up? 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, that means 3 parked robots on the Blue Lions, 2 hung on the Red. We'll see how that very close match plays out in a couple of minutes. All right, those scores are ready. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. Winning with a score of 135 to 119. Pretty high scoring match. The Red Alliance got their unicorn match 6 ranking points, the max allowed in a match this season for the Red Alliance. That's moving all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. Quadrangles to 2, 44-85 to 7. They had significant increase in points in the Algae and the Borge and the Blue Alliance, and that really pushed them over to win that match. Congratulations.
Let's meet our teams for this match. First up, we have Team 1646.
Right here in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Precision Guessworks.
Next up, we have Team 4580.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Conductors.
And third, we have Team 3487.
With the robot Swim Shady, it's Red Pride Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, let's start off with Team 461.
They're invading this competition. It's Westside Boiler Invasion.
In the middle, we have Team 10492.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Boss Bite Force.
And last, but most certainly not least, we have Team 5402.
From Logansport and Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
Okay, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, Lunacy.
All right, all of our robots are moving on the Blue Alliance, and we have 2 that moved on the Red Alliance. Looks like 1646 is attempting an auto, and 461 already has 2 coral up onto that reef. Unfortunately, they're unsuccessful, but they can really get right back into it, getting that 3rd coral up in the teleoperated period. They just barely get that coral on. We'll see if that stays. Unfortunately, it does not, but they're working on getting the algae off of the reef, and they're able to successfully rebound from that miss. 5402 is working for the Blue Alliance, trying to get some of those coral onto the lower levels of that reef. Over on the 11 Alliance, we have 3487 getting some of those algae off of that reef, allowing more space for coral to be placed. Their alliance partners, 4580, are working on getting coral on that L1, L2, and L4 of that reef. 461 has rebounded. They're able to place more coral back onto that L4 of the reef after a couple unsuccessful tries. They have almost half of that upper level of the reef filled. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4580 working on L3 of the Reef. On the Blue Alliance, we have 10-4-9-2 and 5-4-0-2 working on getting some of those lower level of Reef slots filled. And 54-02 are taking some of those algae off the reef to get more space to score. Precision Guestworks are working on placing more coral onto the L4 level of that reef. We have just over 30 seconds left. It is a pretty close match, 63-59 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Anything can happen with the following endgame that is about to occur. 461 is working on aligning themselves up to that reef, trying to score more coral. They make the decision to go for that climb. Unfortunately, getting stuck on that shallow climb. There's 4 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. It looks like we have two robots parked for the Blue Alliance, 1 hanging, and 2 robots parked for the Red Alliance. Congratulations to these teams for their hard work. All right, let's take a look at the results. It was a pretty close match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Winning with a score of 87-68. That end climb really helped their alliance out. 16 points in the barge versus the 4 points for the Red Alliance. That is 5 points that each of the members of the Blue Alliance are getting, keeping 461 in that 9th place position, moving 5402 up to 10th, and moving up 10-4-9-2 as well in the ranks. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Let's meet our teams for qualification number 54. First off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactic.
Next up, we have Team 3865.
From Riley High School, it's the Riley Wildbots.
And last up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 10172.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Apex Archers.
First up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6956.
From Westfield High School, it's Shamrock Botics.
Next up, we have Team 9119.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Iron Legends.
And third, we have Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Pin Robotics Black Knights.
Begin our match in drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape!
All right, we have several robots moving on the field. Galactech already has scored one of those coral onto L4 for their team. They successfully score a second one as well. Over on the blue lines, we have one coral on L2. Going into Teleapp. 135 is able to finish up that coral placement from Autonomous on L4 and is finished off by 69.56, placing one more of those coral onto L4 as well. 38.65 seems to not be moving at the moment, but Galactech is picking up the slack for them, placing some of the coral up into L4. They're able to do some pretty fast cycles with that hopper at the front of their robot. Over on the Blue Alliance team, 9119 is cycling between the algae and the processor. The Blue Alliance has successfully scored 2 of those algae or more into that processor. If the Red Alliance does the same, that means this match gets the cooperation bonus, allowing that ranking point for coral to be moved from 5 on each level to 3 on each level. 135 is working on the clock to try and get as many coral onto L4 of that reef as possible. And 9119 are working with them, making their way over to the reef and placing it on the lower levels. Galactech is zooming across the field, trying to get the best placement for their coral, nearly filling up L4 of the reef. There's just over 30 seconds left, 114-274 in this match. Galactech has making the decision to go ahead and climb onto that cage. They're successfully made a shallow climb. 101.72 is going to make their way over to those cages as well, attempt to climb it. On the Blue Alliance, we have 2 climbing as well. 135 is off the ground. 2 seconds, 1. 9119 is also off the ground for that Blue Alliance. Let's give a huge round of applause for those teams in qualification match number 54. All right, let's take a look at those scores. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance, winning with a score of 147-88. That moves all 3 of those teams up into positions 10, 11, and 9 respectively for those 3 teams. There's 5 ranking points on each of those teams for this match. really outshining that Coral subject with 70-57 in the teleoperated period. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, everybody. We have 4 qualification matches left for today. Let's go ahead and meet our teams over on the Red Alliance. Ready to play like a beast in this match, it is Team 71.
Hammond Area Career Center in Hammond, Indiana, it's Team Hammond.
And blitzing away to victory, it is Team 3936.
Michigan City, own Michigan City High School, it's RoboBlitz.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, sporting our Alliance color, we have Team 10411.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Wayne High School, that's the G Code Generals. And the G stands for Gracious Professionalism.
As we move our way over to the blue side of the field, our first team on the Blue Alliance seems they're ready. They have some axolotls over on their team. It's Team 9071.
Chopping it up from LaPorte High School, that's Slicer Tech.
Alrighty. And I think this next team has moved out of the prototype phase. It's Team 10029.
From Portage High School, the Portotypes.
Alrighty, and our next team has a team that is pretty super. It is Team 7457.
Purdue Polytech High School from Indianapolis, it's Super Duper Robotics.
Green light on the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
And we're coming through on match number 55. Red Alliance Team 71, the Beast, going to try to load some more auto for it. They're over there being matched against Blue Alliance's Super Duper Robotics, number 1 at this event right now. And you can see why. A 3-piece coral that has been pretty consistent all day for it. Coming down to this Red Alliance 3936 Robo Blitz from Michigan City High School is going to cycle some of those L4 coral. Each coral is worth 5 points, and their little mechanism make sure they're on it. They grab onto the coral and can really place it down there, as well as help them get rid of that algae for it. 71 for another shot, and they're good to go. Super Duper lining up for another placement for an L3, and they get it. Slicer Tech joining them, trying to pick up some algae off of the reef. Picking up that algae lets you be able to score at the positions the algae is in. 129. The prototypes also going to help. Looks like they might have a little algae stuck in them, but a little shaking can get anything out. 61 to 40. A minute and 15 left in this matchup. Still anyone's game. Blue advantage coming over to the Red Alliance. I see 10-4-1-1 G code going and getting those L1 cycles, getting those corals down in the piece with their kit bot. Has been scoring pretty consistently all day at that level. 39-36 also lining up for another placement. They look like they are trying to get themselves a coral ranking point, and that's 71 with a algae shot into the barge. 4 points the easy way, or the hard way, but a way you don't have to share for. Super Duper again loading up that coral. 85 to 64, 30 seconds left. It is going to be climb time in just a bit once you hear that sonar going for it. It looks like 10-29 is either trying to play a little defense or line up to park. There's the sonar. 105 to 70 advantage Blue. Super Duper again going for it. You can see why, but Red is not giving up either. 71 line up for another coral shot, and they get it. The 71 and 39-36 have been trying to put in some coral, and that is the match. 110 to 77 Blue advantage. We will see how everything shakes up in just a bit. All right, I've been told the scores are good to go. So the winner is the Blue Alliance. 126 to 79 Blue advantage. That is 5 whole ranking points. Super Duper hanging on to that #1 spots and ups for most everybody else. That is a auto and a barge ranking point plus the win. Red not leaving away empty-handed with an auto ranking point to boot. And every ranking point matters in these matches as we get closer and closer to Alliance selection time. We will see how the rest of this wonderful event goes in the next match.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and move into introducing our teams for this match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, flying away with the competition, it seems 76-57.
That's Evanville's very own from New Tech Institute, the Thunderbots.
And partnering up with them, it is a team that is ready to be the GOAT. It is Team 829.
They say GOAT stands for greatest of all time, and that's the Digital Goats.
And rounding out this alliance, one of our rookie teams at this event, it is Team 10021.
From Guerin Catholic High School in Nobleville, Indiana, it's Guerin Catholic Golden Gears.
Making our way under the barge over to the blue side of the field. Our first team on the blue lines is Team 9431.
From R. Nelson Snyder High School, it's the Gold Standard.
And partnering up with them, I can barely bear it, it's Team 10434.
That's Fort Wayne's very own Northrop High School, Cy Bears.
And gearing up to win this match, it's Team 7198.
From Monticello, Indiana, and Twin Lakes High School, TL Fearsome Gears.
The field, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Ooh, this match is looking quite fun. We have some very high-ranking robots in this over on the Red Alliance, both the Digital Goats and Guerin Catholic Golden Gears. And you can see why with their auto slicements. Blue Alliance, though, still getting what looks like an auto ranking point as they have crossed the line and scored for all 3 robots, which is not an easy feat, but a feat that gets it going. 12-3, Blue Alliance lead heading into the teleop for it. Coming over to the blue side, we have 10-4-3-4. The Cy Bears from Northrop High School, and their kitbot going and pushing through. It looks like their kitbot has a little extra to it, some extra gears and things. Wonderful thing about a kitbot is you can go and you can add some pieces to it. 94-31, the Gold Standard with their Robot Crush has been crushing it quite as well. Not so much a favorable match schedule, but that robot can cycle and can go place. TL Fearsome Gear 7198 has been an excellent defense bot all event, really putting pressure on some really solid teams. And these are some teams that aren't anything to sneeze at. 829, the Digital Goats, and their bot Capricornus has been placing and going well for a lot of it. They look like they're getting another L4 Coral up, and that is 30-26 red advantage. We will see how long that stays for. 10-0-21 Guerin Catholic Golden Gears with their robot Violet Vortex. Having some slight connection issues, but I still think they can still pull through for this Red Alliance. 829 also getting up there and placing another one. 7198 Fearsome Gears playing some aggressive defense for her. Make sure you don't get penalized playing in that red zone. 76-57, the Thunderbots and their bot, Superbot, for Superintendent leaving. Shout out to the Superintendent, is playing some defense and getting ready for a climb. 35-40, still anybody's game. The Golden Standard lining up for another L3 placement, and 10-4-3-4. The Cybears going for a L1 Coral. That looks like a climb from 821 on a park from 76-57. That is game 46-39. I'm seeing a red advantage right now. We will see how the whole score shakes out in just a moment. All right, they tell me scores are ready. So without further ado, the winner is the Red Alliance. 60-53, a 7-point difference. And it looks like those barge points helped to make a change for that. 4 ranking points for the victors. That's 3 for a win and 1 for a barge. While blue is not leaving empty-handed, 2 ranking points. That is 1 auto and 1 barge to call it a day. We will see you in the next match. All righty, we're coming on to our last matches of the day, starting with match 57. And I get to start off with the team on the Red Alliance, team 9530.
From South Bend, Indiana, we have John Adams Robotics.
Their partners in the middle, team 1529.
From Indianapolis, they're the Cyber Cards.
And wrapping up this Red Alliance, team 7477.
From Mishawaka High School, it's the Giddy Goats.
And where the current takes me down to the Blue Alliance, getting this started off with Team 3176.
From Brownsburg, it's Purple Precision.
Their partners down the middle, Team 10493.
They're from Evansville. It's the Harrison Robo Warriors.
And last but not least, I think I heard a challenge. 1741.
They're from Greenwood, Indiana. It's Red Alert.
All right, one of our last matches of the day, so let's get it going. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
Without further ado, we are beginning qualification match 57 in the autonomous period. This is where robots are going to pretty much drive themselves. Students have programmed these robots beforehand. 1741 already scoring a couple on the L4 branch. It's going to get them 7 points in autonomous. That same scoring level is worth 5 points in teleop, which is where the students are going to be driving the robots. We have Team 3176 already scoring on L4. We have their teammate 10493 going over. They're playing some defense on Team 9530, who is attempting to score on the reef. Their teammates 7477 and 1529 all going into the reef at the same time. Over on the blue side, we have 1741 and 3076. It seems they are attempting to fill up the top, the L4 row of the reef, while also knocking off some of those algae. So that indicates that they might be preparing to go on some of the lower levels so that they can potentially get that ranking point and get more points once they have hopefully filled up L4. We're at 1 minute 25 seconds left with blue at 61 and red at 22. There's still time for red to catch up if they keep scoring high. 1529 seems to be going in to pluck an algae off of the reef. 9530 going over to score a coral. The 10493 seems to be having some issues. So red currently not having to avoid defense, which is good for red. 7477 attempting to score on the reef. We do have, 3 robots driving to 2 coral stations, so these teams do have to coordinate who is going where and when. And this is when it might be beneficial for some teams to choose to work with the algae instead of the coral so that they can have more efficient cycle times. But here we see that we have all 3 red robots working on the coral, which can also get them quite a few points. Then 176 and 1741 working on their respective coral stations to grab and put more coral on. It seems to be that they are working on all of the levels that they can to try and get that rank point and to try and get more points. We have the Cyber Cards coming over and going ahead and starting their climb to ensure that they can help their team get that ranking point. And what they would need is a deep climb and a park if they were to get this deep climb right in front of me. 74-77 going over now that the sonar ping has gone off. We are at the end of our match. Qualification 57.
All right, let's see our scores. They are posting right now for qualification match 57. It's going to be the Blue Alliance that wins this match with a score of 108 to Red's 56. With that, Blue is going to get 3 ranking points. Red is not walking away empty-handed. They did get the barge ranking point, but congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning match 57.
Let me hear it for the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We made it! And for the last match of the day, let's start it getting over with. On the red side, team 4580.
From Ben Davis High School, it's the conductors.
Their partners down the middle, quite on fire, team 7617.
From University High School, Indiana, we have the Robo Blazers.
And rounding it up, team 10492.
From Benjamin Boston High School, it's Boston Bite Force.
Ooh-wee. Coming down to the Blue Alliance. They got their hard hats and they're ready to work. Team 5402.
From Logansport and Lewis Cass High School, they are Reckless Robotics.
Their partners down the middle. Here we go. Triangle, not triangles. Squares, rectangles, isosceles, whatever. It's 3494.
They're a family community team from Bloomington, Indiana. They're the Quadrangles.
And to end it off with the chess piece, Team 328.
From Penn High School, they are the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
All right before you get out of here, I would just like to give a quick reminder. Please, 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 no seat saving. Remove all teams' items from the stands before you exit the venue today, or they're mine. I will take them. No, I won't. And past that, drivers. Drivers behind the line. One more time. 3, 2, 1, robot!
I'd like to personally welcome you to the last match of the day. We have all 6 robots moving on the field, which is going to get them 2 points just for moving alone during autonomous period. We are going to end autonomous period with red at 19 and blue at 16. Let's see how our student drivers do. We have Team 328 grabbing an LG off of the reef first thing, which is going to help their teammate Quadrangle score on L2. 5402 going ahead and scoring as well. Their teammates are working together. 328 seems to be in an LG bot, which means that they are going to get the LG off of the reef for their teammates so that their teammates can cycle between the two the coral stations, and then they can go back to the reef and keep scoring without impeding each other's progress. Over on the red side, we have Team 7617 scoring on L4, their teammate 4580 waiting for them to get done at the coral station so that they can both grab some coral. We have Team 10492 also going over to their coral station, but 5402 seems to have gravitated from the blue side to the red side, which means the Blue Alliance is officially playing some defense, trying to impede 4580's progress and keep them from grabbing a coral from the coral station. 4580, however, does succeed in grabbing that coral. At a minute left in the match, we have a 1-point difference, guys. A 1-point difference, 58. Well, now it's 61 to 58. Blue is winning. Still a very small margin. Any team could win this match. We have a lot of algae being scored into the blue processor by 328. The human player is trying to keep up and trying to throw that algae into the net to score some points for the Red Alliance. 76-17 trying to get around 5402 as well as 4580 is trying to do the same thing. Their team 10492 using the other coral station to grab coral into their kitbot and score it into L1, which is the sideways trough of the reef. We're going to have Quadrangles grabbing one last coral, but then their team is going to hear that sonar sound, and they are immediately going to go over and give themselves enough time to climb. This is critical. If you want to climb well, it's always better to go slow and steady if you feel like you need it. So we have all 6 robots in their barred zone at 0 seconds left in qualification match 58, the last match of the day.
All right. Before we get any of this started, I just want to let y'all know that the venue opens tomorrow at 8 a.m. I expect to see faces bright and ready, and opening ceremonies is at 8:30. We are getting it going. Y'all have a wonderful night. Enjoy yourself, and we will get through those scores in just a moment.
All right, let's see our scores. It was a close one. The winning alliance is going to be the Blue Alliance with a score of 180 to 138. Blue Alliance is going to win with 5 ranking points. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance with 180 points. As a reminder, if you have your robot, please take your robot back to your pit. We were supposed to have this venue till 8. Please get your stuff, go ahead, go home, get a good night's rest, but please, you can't stay here. Also, do not leave your things in the stands. We can move it. That does count as saving seats, and we do not allow that.
And Finn said they would sell it on eBay, so don't do that. We don't want to sell your stuff on eBay or take it home or something. But if you do leave something, I was told it will not be there in the morning.
Eric will take your things home.